Good evening. Welcome to the November 12th, 2024 Special City Council meeting. The clerk can call the roll.
Of course. Mayor Stone.
Here.
Councilmember Burt.
Here.
Councilmember Vinker.
Here.
Councilmember Lithcott-Haynes.
Here.
Councilmember Koo.
Here.
Councilmember Tanaka. Vice Mayor Lowing.
Here.
For the record, 6 present.
Great, thank you. We'll move to our special order of the day, proclamation honoring law enforcement records and support personnel week for November 11th through the 15th.
Mayor, sorry to interrupt you. One moment.
I'm sorry. Thank
it's okay.
you.
I believe Councilmember Koo has an announcement to make.
Yes, she does.
Thank you, Mayor Stone and Madam Clerk. So I am invoking the just cause provisions of AB 2449. I am traveling at National League of Cities Convention in Tampa, Florida, and there are no adults 18 plus in the room with me.
Thank you, Councilmember Koo.
All right, thank you. Thanks for the reminder. Okay, then I will go ahead and read the proclamation. Whereas law enforcement agencies throughout the state depend upon law enforcement records and support personnel to provide them with vital services. And whereas law enforcement records and support personnel are crucial to helping law enforcement agencies identify, pursue, capture, and process suspected lawbreakers. And whereas these professionals continually use their expertise and experience to assist in tracking felons, maintaining criminal statistics, and improving apprehension strategies. And whereas the California Law Enforcement Association of Records Supervisors held its annual training and technology conference on November 4th through 8th, 2024. And whereas it is important to recognize the City of Palo Alto's law enforcement records and support personnel for their valuable contributions to our law enforcement system. Now, therefore, I, Greer Stone, Mayor of the City of Palo Alto, on behalf of the entire City Council, do hereby proclaim November 11th through the 15th, 2024 as Law Enforcement Records and Support Personnel Week. Thank you for all of you for being here. And is there anyone from the department? Okay, wonderful. Thanks for joining us, Captain.
Good evening. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council, for recognizing our police records and support personnel this week. While the work they do is rarely the focus and the type of police work that makes it into movies or the pages of detective novels or reality TV shows, it is nevertheless a very important type of police work. Our records and support personnel are often the first face or the first voice that members of our community encounter, and their expertise and unwavering professionalism are critical to the successful operation of our department on a day-to-day basis. On behalf of Chief Binder and the rest of the department, I want to again thank the council for this special recognition. And I also want to thank our records and support staff for the exemplary work that they do this week and every week. Thank you.
Thank you. And we'd be delighted to invite all the staff here to be able to come up and take a photo with the council if you'd like. All right, well, wonderful. Now we'll move to agenda changes, additions, and deletions. Turn it over to Assistant City Manager.
There are no changes to tonight's agenda. Thank you.
Thank you. Then we'll move to public comment. City Clerk, do we have any public commenters?
No, Mayor, there are no requests to speak on general public comment on items not on the agenda.
All right, thank you. And then council member questions, comments, and announcements. Vice Mayor Lowing.
Thank you. I just want to report that I attended and spoke at the Veterans Day celebration for veterans here and no longer here. Yesterday, it was a very warm, very welcoming, very patriotic day. Councilmember Burt and Koo were there. And I got the podium because Greer was away, and it was just an honor to talk about veterans and to thank all of them for their service. Joined by the keynote speaker, which was our Councilwoman Eshu, and then also representative from Stanford, because it's, you know, right at the borderline of Stanford and Palo Alto, and we worked together on thanking our vets. If you read the local newspaper today, the highlight of the program was Miss Ernie Faxon. She served in World War II in the U.S. Navy from 41 to 46 and was a third generation Palo Alton. So, and back in the day when her dad was a lieutenant in the First World War, she played in the backyard of MacArthur Park, which is the backyard. So it was just a delightful community event.
Great, thank you. Appreciate you being able to step in for me. And Councilmember Vinker.
Thank you, Mayor Stone. I wanted to mention something that the Vice Mayor was actually at, which was on Friday, I believe it was. There was a ribbon cutting for the Valley Health Center North County that is opening right here in Palo Alto. Supervisor Simidian was instrumental in making that happen and cut the ribbon along with others. It is a two-story, 25,000 square foot clinic. It's going to provide primary and specialty care, behavioral and mental health, OBGYN, pediatrics, and urgent care services. It's really exciting to have this public health care facility come to our community, and it's beautiful. I am just thrilled and delighted that we have this here. I also wanted to mention something of community interest, which is that Stanford celebrated its winningest coach in college basketball, Tara Vanderveer, on Sunday by dedicating the floor in Maples Pavilion to Coach Vanderveer, and that was exciting. Finally, and relevant to our study session today, I wanted to give a very brief update from BACMID. The Air District will be sending our executive officer and our board chair to COP this year, which will be nice because it will connect the Bay Area to learnings from around the world and share the learnings from the Bay Area with others. In addition, the Air District released last week a wood smoke white paper for public comment. It's going to provide extensive information on wood burning in the Bay Area, the current state of the regulatory landscape for wood burning, and potential recommendations to further minimize wood smoke emissions and exposures. And these really are a big deal because of the particulate matter in wood smoke, along with ozone, benzene, other potential mutagens and carcinogens. So we will be pursuing that at the Air District. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Lithcott-Hames.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. While I'm sure this will come up in the comments from the Assistant City Manager, I want to just put a pin in the fact that this weekend is Mitchell Park's 10-year anniversary, and such a terrific opportunity for us as a community to celebrate just how much we can achieve when we all pull together and make a commitment to to our future. So I hope everybody will come on out for that celebration. I think it starts at 11 with speeches, followed by things much more entertaining than speeches, unless it's the mayor, of course, sir. If you're making a speech, I'm sure it'll be fantastic. But come on out and support our community. We can do great things when we get behind big ideas together. Thanks.
Wonderful, thank you. All right, seeing no other lights, we will then move to our study session, an annual report on sustainability and climate action plan implementation, our 2022 greenhouse gas inventory, our quarterly SCAP progress report, and our SCAP key performance indicators annual progress report. I'll turn it over to staff first for their presentation.
Okay, good evening, Mayor Stone and City Council. Brad Eggleston, Director of Public Works. Tonight, we're providing the annual report on progress in implementing the city's sustainability and climate action plan. And just a brief reminder that council approved the updated SCAP and the 3-year work plan in June of 2023. And since then, staff, the Climate Protection Ad Hoc Committee, and a working group of community members have been working closely together to make progress. And we started a little bit early, so Sustainability Manager Christine Long, who should be joining us, is not here yet. But here's Assistant Director of Climate Action, Jonathan Abenshine, and the two of them will be giving the bulk of this presentation as they're leading the staff efforts. So next slide. Just kind of a little agenda of objectives here. So what we'll be doing tonight, reviewing the latest greenhouse gas inventory that we have for 2022, summarizing the first reporting out on our new list of key performance indicators that were part of the updated SCAP. We'll be talking about some highlights of the SCAP implementation work. And then lastly, we'll outline what's really an exciting new program with our whole home electrification effort that we've been working on this year and that we'll be formally kicking off soon. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Jonathan.
Thank you, Brad. Jonathan Abenshine, Assistant Director, Climate Action. Could I get the next slide, please? So the first thing we'll be talking about tonight is our 2022 greenhouse gas emissions inventories, both community and municipal. Next slide, please. So in 2022, Palo Alto emitted an estimated 410,000 metric tons of carbon dioxide equivalent from the residential, commercial, industrial, transportation, waste, water, and municipal sectors. In comparison to the 1990 year base emissions, which were about 780,000 metric tons per year, that's about nearly a 50%, a 47.4% decrease in total community emissions. And that's despite a population increase of 21% during the same period. Next slide, please. So that equates to 6.1 metric tons of carbon dioxide equivalent per Palo Alto resident in 22, compared to 14 metric tons per Palo Alto resident in 1990. So the California Air Resources Board recommends a goal of 6 metric tons per capita by 2030. So we're really ahead of the game, I think, in Palo Alto. However, next slide, please. We have a lot more to go to meet our own very ambitious goals. So in order to achieve the 80 by 30 climate emissions goal, Palo Alto must meet a greenhouse gas emissions target of around 156,000 metric tons of carbon dioxide equivalent. And despite the progress, made towards 80 by 30 already, I mean, a straight line approach to measuring progress would suggest that we should be closer to, say, a 64% decrease in emissions in 2022 relative to our 1990 baseline. But we know our progress is not linear. A lot of our early progress related a lot to reducing to renewables in our electricity portfolio, which is something that could be done at the city level. And we've been transitioning into reducing natural gas and gasoline use, which requires a lot more effort by individuals in the community. So in these first years, we've been focusing on pilot programs and studies to help us scale up more widely, and that'll eventually help us accelerate our greenhouse gas reductions. So I'll talk a little bit more about that in a few minutes. Next slide, please. But as far as our 2022 greenhouse gas inventory goes, the main sources of Palo Alto's greenhouse gases are really simple. We've made so much progress in renewable energy that at this point, about a third of our emissions comes from natural gas consumption in buildings, and about 2/3 from gasoline and diesel vehicles. Road transportation, which is the big red section, that represents Palo Alto's largest source of greenhouse gas emissions at about 61%. And about 1/3 of road transportation emissions are from residents, about 1/3 from commuters, and about 1/3 from visitors to Palo Alto. If you think about it another way, about 42% of road transportation emissions are from passenger vehicles, 11% from commercial vehicles, and 1% from buses. And that's 42 percentage points plus 11 plus 1 makes 61, if those weren't adding up to 100 for you. And then natural gas consumption, that's the blue section. That's the second largest source of greenhouse gas emissions at about 35%. Of that 35%, about 17% is from residential use of natural gas, 15% from commercial, and 3% from industrial. So you can think of natural gas use being split about 50-50 between residential and commercial. Next slide, please. All right, so Palo Alto currently, so we also have a carbon neutrality goal, aiming for carbon neutrality by 2030. And Palo Alto currently purchases carbon offsets to balance emissions from natural gas use as a temporary measure. If we include these natural gas offsets, then we're at about 66% reductions with the goal of 100% carbon neutrality. To reach these targets, to meet our carbon neutrality goal, if we were to continue to purchase natural gas offsets, which would decrease as natural gas consumption decreases, then we will need to invest in more future offsets or carbon sequestration to meet our carbon neutrality by 2030 goal. Next slide, please. And then we also have our 2022 municipal greenhouse gas emissions inventory, and Palo Alto is very clearly doing its part in reducing city facility emissions. The city's emitting about 15,800 metric tons of carbon dioxide equivalent from municipal operations, and that is largely from 5 main sectors: buildings and other facilities, streetlights and traffic signals, city vehicles and equipment, wastewater facilities, and indirect emissions. And the methodology has changed significantly for certain sectors since we did our first inventory in 2005. So it's tough to do a true comparison, but just for reference only, in 2005, the city emitted about 40,500 metric tons from municipal operations. Let's see. So those are greenhouse gas inventories. Tonight, next slide, please. We'll also be talking about key performance indicators in our progress on the Sustainability and Climate Action Plan. Next slide. So we have 8 different areas in the Sustainability and Climate Action Plan, and each one has its own key performance indicator or indicators. And this is just a summary. There's a detailed list of key performance indicators in the staff report. So I'm not going to go through every single key performance indicator here, But you can find the full KPI progress in attachment D and summarized in attachment E. And you can see significant improvements in things like reduced per capita water consumption, in movement towards our zero waste goals, and continued movement toward our climate goals as well. I will note that some KPIs on here, either data is unavailable or those efforts have not necessarily been launched yet, and we can answer any questions you have on those. Next slide, please. Okay, so let's talk a little bit about the progress we've made in the last year, particularly Q2 and Q3. Next slide. So, like I said before, the SCAP has 8 different areas, and it covers a comprehensive view of the community's sustainability and climate action goals, both towards protecting the natural environment and then protecting our climate. And what you'll see here is that half of the areas are focused on climate action, and those are very tightly interrelated, and I'll be talking about those. And then we have 4 sustainability areas that are also interrelated, but we're also able to make progress on some of those somewhat independently. So let me start by talking about climate action, and then I'll move into sustainability. Next slide, please. So as you saw in the greenhouse gas inventory, we have come a really long way, but we still have a long way to go in achieving our climate goals. And we've known since we started this effort that our early efforts would really be focused on laying the groundwork for future growth, whether that's upgrading our electric grid, running pilots to learn how to best help the community electrify, or raising awareness on the need for climate action in the first place. We also know that making progress requires a partnership with the city empowering the community to take action through extraordinary support services provided by the city, and the community taking advantage of those services in extraordinary numbers. That's what it's going to take to reach these goals. We've made progress. Our community's progress on climate right now is about 10 times what it was before we adopted the SCAP goals and key actions, but it needs to increase by another 10 times for us to really make progress towards our goals. We've laid a foundation for that. I'll talk to you a little bit about how. Next slide, please. So we've benefited from a lot of community involvement, pointing us in the right direction. We have our Climate Protection Ad Hoc Committee that was formed in January 2024 to accelerate the implementation of climate action work plan items of the 3-year SCAP work plan. And they're assisted by the working group, a stakeholder group of knowledgeable residents and other advisors, as well as members of the Utilities Advisory Commission, including youth participation. This year, the committee and working group worked with staff on improvements to the heat pump water heater program, the commercial HVAC pilot program, development of a single-family whole home electrification pilot program, and studies on strategies in the area of providing EV chargers, and also preparing for strategic discussions on how to scale up our climate action efforts. Next slide, please. So the city, in parallel with all of that work, city staff's also been making progress in a whole variety of areas. We made progress on upgrading the electric grid to improve reliability and resiliency, add capacity for electrification, and modernize the grid to incorporate more solar and storage. The first neighborhood, as part of that effort, is on track for completion in early 2025. That's about 1,000 homes. And our utilities department has a goal of 5,000 more homes each year for the next 3 years to take care of the overhead areas, which represent about 90% of the neighborhood electric systems. We're also looking at the ability to use solar storage and other technologies like vehicle to grid to help with these goals of reliability and resiliency and modernization. And the utilities team also continues to work on a second transmission pathway to Palo Alto from PG&E's grid. And the city's local efforts on these reliability and resiliency fronts complements statewide efforts that have been going on for several years to increase generating capacity and battery storage to support electrification statewide. So in summary, we're in much better shape than we were several years ago. Still a lot of work to do. Next slide. We've also had some early successes with programs. Over 450 Palo Alto homeowners have installed heat pump water heaters through our programs. That's 10 times the rate in previous years and 5 to 10 times as much per capita as any other program we're aware of. We're on track to have some kind of charger access in multifamily buildings representing 13% of the multifamily units in Palo Alto. And this one's really important because EV adoption in Palo Alto is actually really close right now to the rate that it needs to be to meet the 80 by 30 goals. And if we want to sustain that pace, we really need to make sure there's EV charging for all those residents who have a harder time accessing and installing home charging, like in multifamily buildings. We're also seeing good response to our revamped commercial rooftop HVAC pilot, which is really going to help us learn a lot about the barriers to electrifying that type of equipment in commercial buildings. And then with new staff on board in the Office of Transportation recently, they're making progress on active transportation and last mile solutions listed here to help people avoid car trips. And of course, our Planning and Development Services Department continues to make progress on housing planning. Next slide, please. We also have new programs coming up. We have a whole home electrification program that's meant to help people replace their furnaces and other appliances, going beyond our advanced heat pump water heater pilot program that we've already launched. We're also wrapping up studies on how to electrify multifamily and non-residential buildings and studies on how to sustain our EV growth to provide adequate charging, like we've been talking about, as well as studying how to provide alternatives such as e-bikes that can enhance our broader transit and active transportation goals, as well as directly reducing emissions. And then we're also continuing a robust outreach effort to promote awareness of our programs. So that includes the need for climate action and also trying to publicize the work that we're doing to improve electric grid reliability. And then we're also encouraging youth participation via a new Youth Climate Advisory Board. Next slide, please. So in parallel with efforts to slow climate change, the city is also taking action to adapt to climate change that's already happening. And this includes efforts to mitigate the potential for wildfires in the foothills and planning for sea level rise. And the sea level rise planning work includes completing a vulnerability assessment, which was finished in 2022, coordinating regionally on building levees to protect Palo Alto and neighboring cities from storm surges. And reducing San Francisco Creek flood potential. Now, the Palo Alto horizontal levee will be the first horizontal levee to be built in the Bay Area that will be both irrigated with treated wastewater and hydrologically connect to the San Francisco Bay. So, real achievement. The city continues to make progress on an efficient and resilient water system through water conservation. You can see in the KPIs, we've made a lot of progress there, but we're also working on alternative water sources. We're reducing salinity in the recycled water system to make it more usable, and then investigating future water supplies through the One Water Plan. Next slide, please. Staff's also developing estimates of the carbon storage capabilities of its urban canopy and enhancing that canopy through implementation of the tree protection ordinance. Other protections to the local natural environment include expansion of green stormwater infrastructure and reduced use of pesticides in parks and open spaces. And then progress on zero waste goals continues with work on the edible food recovery program, review of the deconstruction and construction materials management ordinance, which requires all residential and commercial projects that are undergoing a whole structure demolition to obtain a deconstruction permit. And then also exploring domestic recyclables processing and elimination of single-use food containers. So a lot of activity on waste. Let's see. Next slide, please. So one of the council priorities for 2024 is the launch of a whole home electrification pilot program in we are able to, it looks like we're going to be able to not just come to council for discussion about a whole home program by the end of this year, but actually launch either by the end of this year or early next year. And so I just want to tell you a little bit about that program, because we did have funding for this program in the FY25 budget that was approved in June. And so that'll allow us to be able to actually launch this program a little earlier than expected. Next slide, please. So we're going to do the program in 2 phases. Phase 1, which we're going to launch right now, end of this year or early next year. It involves providing incentives as well as financing through the Go Green financing program we already have up and running, and then technical assistance. And one thing that will be very helpful to this effort, because there will be a lot of focus on furnace replacements with heat pumps, will be the over-the-counter mechanical, electrical, and plumbing permit pilot program that our planning and development services team is running. The second phase of the program, which we're expecting to launch in the summer of next year, would be a full-service turnkey program, similar to our current full-service heat pump water heater program, where you can make a single call and a city contractor will be able to take you all the way through the process, give you a quote, get the permits for you. And we're going to incorporate lessons learned from our heat pump water heater program as well. We're working on negotiating with a contract with a full service provider to manage that entire process for participants right now. But in the meantime, we're going to launch incentives. So if you can give me the next slide, please. So here we have the proposed incentives per home. And I would just draw your attention to the specific incentives column down the left side, the proposed incentives per home. In addition to the existing incentives that we have for heat pump water heaters, which are 55% of the project cost up to $3,500. We're also adding a heat pump HVAC rebate of $2,500, and then other additional incentives that can be added on depending on the needs of a particular project. We certainly want to help people avoid doing electric panel upgrades, but we can help them if needed. We are looking at helping people who have already, who want to electrify their entire home by providing incentives for that. And then also helping people to, with waivers of permit fees and avoiding costs for transformer upgrades, as well as for those who need a more extensive planning process, giving people a home electrification plan that they can use to guide them through the process. We don't expect that people will use every single one of these rebates, but we do expect a lot of them will be really helpful. Next slide, please. So then what are our next steps coming up in the next months and year? So we're going to continue with our ongoing efforts with SCAP implementation, the sustainability programs we told you about that are in progress, electrification programs we're already running. But we're also coming forward with some of these studies. We have an e-mobility strategic plan we'd like to come forward to present to you that we've been talking with our committee about. We have policy discussions that we'll need to engage in about the reliability and resiliency strategic plan implementation. And then, of course, we're just finishing up an SCAP funding study that will allow us to support policy discussions through 2025 on how to scale up the SCAP and what strategies we want to pursue in the future. In 2025, we'll also be talking about the 2026 through 2028 energy code cycle, following up on the one margin code that we adopted this year. And then, of course, as we're getting to the end of the 2023 through 2025 SCAP work plan, we're going to want to look at the next 2026 through 2027 SCAP work plan development. That's all I have for you today.
Wonderful. Thank you for that. Thank you for that detailed report. It's just incredible what our city has been doing in this area. I'm going to turn it over to Councilmember Vinker as the chair of the SCAP committee to be able to also provide an update from the committee.
Thank you, Mayor Stone. I do want to just note preliminarily that I know that several members of the climate community and the climate working group were planning to attend, and there are some here now, but we started 45 minutes early, so we'll keep an eye out for them and hope they can join us. I'm thrilled to see this report come to council and get the attention that it needs and deserves. It's such important work. It affects every person in this city and every person on the planet, and it will far into the future. So I want to start by commending our staff because Director Eggleston, Assistant Director Abendschein, and Sustainability Manager Christine Long really are extraordinary. You all are just unbelievably humble. When we point out some great idea that you're already doing, you're very classy about the way you explain that to us. You are patient as we are creative people and come up with lots of ideas, and you're really open-minded and curious about those. So I just wanted to thank you for that support as we do this difficult and important work. And as Palo Altans looking at our climate progress, we kind of have a tricky task because we need to hold two truths at the same time that are seemingly in tension. And that is, on the one hand, we can and do need to move faster. But on the other hand, we are doing an enormous amount of work as witnessed by the report you just did. And we are far ahead of many communities. So the key is not to rest on these laurels, but use that success to really fuel and accelerate our work going forward. And as you noted in your presentation, based on the groundwork we're laying now, it should naturally accelerate. So we will look forward to that. And luckily, we do have just tremendous community partners, the climate advocate community. The people who spend time on a really terrific climate working group really make this all possible. But I do feel like we have to note going into this, the context in which our future work is going to take place. The president-elect has appointed a new EPA director with the stated goal of deregulation. We don't yet know what that means exactly, but it will be different and create a different funding and regulatory backdrop to our work. So we're going to have to watch the policy coming out of Washington as we go forward. I will note that that BACMID, we had a board of directors meeting Wednesday morning, the morning after the election, and the directors asked to agendize an item specifically on this so that we can know and follow the context in which this work will proceed. Also, as the Northern California Power Agency, as a commissioner, I received a report from our DC-based lobbyists about what this will be like and how they will monitor it going forward. So this council as well in our SCAP work in 2025 is going to really have to watch how the backdrop evolves. But with respect to this report, I mean, wow, the depth and breadth is just tremendous. And I don't know, but at our next retreat, we may have to set a council priority just on production of the SCAP report because it's so much work. But a few points stand out. So in the last year, the city made tremendous progress on our climate action goals. And as was outlined in the report, in short, to hit our greenhouse gas emission goals, we need to electrify buildings and drive gas-powered cars less. Those are the big things at the heart of all of this. So the very good news is that EV adoption in Palo Alto is forecasted to reach the levels that are needed to achieve our 80 by 30 goals. And it is so important that we include residents in multifamily buildings, and the city is on track to get EV charging access in nearly 13% of multifamily buildings. So that's for the driving part. For the buildings part, we're upgrading our commercial roof HVAC program to improve participation. And as you mentioned, we're launching this whole home electrification program, phase 1 now, phase 2 soon to come. And to make sure the transition is equitable, I wanted to note in your staff report that you talked about the electrification of affordable housing, because it's really important that we make sure it's not just an elite aspect of wealth to do this electrification that we all need to do. Our advanced heat pump water heater pilots, up to 450 installs, 5 to 10 times the number per capita of other programs in the state. And while we're in the early phases of our climate action efforts, we are doing grid upgrades to support the electrification, trying out pilot program, and doing studies on how to scale. And I love that the city practices what it preaches. You had the slide on the city's own electrification efforts. We installed a heat pump water heater building here at heat pump water heater here at City Hall, and we are electrifying our own fleet. So, and I think I read even a pilot with a police pursuit vehicle, which I know can be resistance to that. So I do love the practice that we're doing. We began our grid modernization program to improve reliability and resiliency. For example, as you heard, we're working to build a second transmission line into the city, which is really important and complements the work done at the state level to improve reliability. Particularly at the state level, we're rolling out large quantities of battery storage, which I think is going to be a big deal going forward to support the grid. We've made progress on quite a number of studies that are going to help us scale and achieve that acceleration. E-mobility strategic plan, multifamily and non-residential building electrification, and the reliability and resiliency strategic plan, and the SCAP funding study so we can pay for it all. And we've been fortunate to get grants for a lot of that, so that's good news. And all of this helps support our regional efforts on electrification. We're working with our neighboring cities to share best practices and collaborate and support the air district's electrification supporting appliance mandates. So it's great when I'm at the air district that they point to Palo Alto as an example of what can be done. So, so even with all of that happening to get where we want to go, it's going to take the city developing great programs to empower the community, and the community and residential partners, business partners, all of them to really throw themselves into achieving those goals. We talked a little bit at our last working group about whether we should bring back window stickers and campaign-like yard signs to promote a sense of partnership. And so there's lots we can do. We have a long way to go, but the 23 to 25 work plan laid the foundation. And next year, we're going to work on I believe it's the 26 to 27 work plan to get us even closer to the home stretch. So finally, I would say that it was really great a couple weeks ago when the climate working group really showed some keen interest in promoting a let's do this mentality, where we really draw on residents' pride and Palo Alto leading the way on climate work, and that we can really join hands between the city and our residents to get it done, because that's the only way we're going to get this done. So I'm looking forward to that. So I have a lot of specific questions, especially about forward-looking efforts like vehicle to grid and Palo Alto Utilities battery storage possibilities, but I ask you guys those questions every day, and we'll have lots of opportunities. So I'm going to yield on that and just ask one question. Can you benchmark just generally how our emissions and reductions compare with our neighboring cities, our state, and our nation? How would you describe where we are? And welcome.
Hello. Good evening. We're actually doing really well compared to our neighboring cities. Maybe a couple years ago, I did an exercise of looking at where all of the Bay Area cities were with their what their goals were, as well as their progress. And we are well ahead of the CARB guidelines for where we should be. And we are doing better than a lot of our neighboring cities.
Thank you. Yeah, that's the sense, is that, when I leave Palo Alto and I talk, excuse me, so talk to other entities, they are just wowed by us. That doesn't mean we can slow down, as I started with. That means we gotta, accelerate, but it is good to know that all of this work is showing fruition. So thank you all.
Thank you. All right, others. And then as a reminder, we'll have our discussion and questions with the council. Then when we're done, we'll turn it over to the public for public comment, since this is a study session. Councilmember Burt.
Thank you. Well, first I want to follow up on that last question about comparison. Saying that we are better than a lot, I think it's my understanding is a gross understatement. And I think as much as we want to really identify what we have to do to continue to accelerate our pace, I think it is important for our community to know where we actually do stand. We're not just ahead of CARB. I don't know of any other city in the state that is further along than us. I don't know of any other city nationally that has a more comprehensive program. There may be, but the ones that were talked about just a few years ago and being leading edge, a lot of their programs have ended up being more aspirational than concrete. Where we were 3 years ago or 4 years ago was a great foundation, but we really didn't have this plan that we have today. And as John said, we've greatly accelerate our progress. John, did you say 10x in the last 2 years, basically?
Yeah, I think 10x, it depends on the equipment, depends on the dimension.
Yeah. So I don't want us to understate that. And John, you went through the series of programs that we have going on right now, but just the major programs in grid modernization, reliability and resiliency, smart rates, our heat pump water heater and our whole home, our EV strategic plan, our commercial electrification, the funding plan and the communications plans. That is really a lot and really comprehensive. And as your staff report noted, we're on a non-linear ramp up here. We're now going from a series of kind of small pilots to a broad range of pilots, and pilots ramping up and going into scale. And over the next 5 years, we're anticipating we're going to see a lot of acceleration. The remainder is a big challenge, and hitting 80% by 2030 will not be easy. And we may not make it, but we're on a path to have a really aggressive approach to it and come close. I wanted to bring up a couple things that one on the communications, that to really emphasize that merely focusing on our environmental responsibility and impacts, I think is only a portion of the necessary communications. The family health and the public health benefits of these same programs are enormous. And frankly, building comfort and transportation quality, the quality of life of EVs and electrified heat pump buildings is really a quality of life improvement. And I think we'll bring a lot more support on in the community, from early adopters to the broader community, if we emphasize all three of those areas. I also want to mention a few things on transportation. We have two of the strongest transportation management association programs in the region, are Palo Alto TMA and the Stanford Research Park TMA. And they're really doing tremendous jobs, and they're scaling. Particularly our Palo Alto TMA is having broader outreach to El Camino businesses, to the Stanford Shopping Center. And I think that's really a leveraged, highly leveraged impact that we have. I also noted that our EV purchase rate, not the percentage of EV ownership in the community, our purchase rate has gone over 50%. And that's before this year. That's a trailing number of, was that 2023?
2022.
2022. So presumably we're higher yet than that. And that does, when we calculate the impact of commuters, those commuters are not necessarily purchasing EVs at the same rate as Palo Altans, but that needs to be part of the calculation because as our projections show that is going to be a declining proportion of our GHGs going forward. I would say that the path to, even though transportation remains our biggest source, the path to getting to 80% reduction on transportation is clearer and less complicated. It still has its complexities. Our real challenge is retrofitting of existing buildings. That's the most complicated thing, and I think a thing that we're real far along on. So I'll pass the baton for the moment. If we get a second go around, I have a few more.
Vice Mayor Lowing.
Thank you very much. I too want to start with staff because you accomplished a lot and you gave us a very good comprehensive report. So it's really clearly written and we can really follow it. I appreciate Councilmember Baker's, what shall I say, tone of being supportive and excited, but recognizing we can't push too hard because we're already doing so much. And I have a lot of check-in questions that I want to ask about, but before I do that, and that's why I gave that disclaimer. If we wanted to push things harder to make up this 9% gap, what would you change now in the next 12 months that's not already in process? And it's fine to say if we're doing them all, but I just want to check in on behalf of us and on behalf of the public as to, and what would be the barriers to do that? Is it money? Is it resources? Is it, just execution time or finding the contractors or whatever?
So these are some of the discussions we're going to want to have in 2025. And so I think a lot of what we're focused on right now is finishing up some studies that are going to help us be able to answer exactly that question, and then starting to talk about some of those preliminary results with the committee. Some of the things that we still want to make a push on in the 2023 through 2025 work plan and include figuring out how to scale up our efforts on EV charging, multifamily EV charging, to keep that momentum going. Figuring out where the opportunities are to electrify in multifamily and non-residential buildings. And then also really figuring out how to accelerate adoption of commercial rooftop packaged or electrification of commercial rooftop packaged units. And in some of these cases, the obstacles aren't necessarily funding, but really understanding the customer experience. So we're doing a lot of things to try and figure that out. An example is the amendments, the additional incentives that we're providing for rooftop HVAC that are going to really, we're starting to get a lot more participation in that. That's really going to help us suss out the barriers and allow us to do an advanced program.
That, to my mind, could not be a better answer, because what it says to me is you're doing the research to make sure that when we start spending money, we have a high probability that it's going to work to get folks to electrify partly or fully. So I'm completely supportive of that. And then another feather in your cap, one of the things you said tonight was you're ahead of schedule on one of these things, which we rarely hear from that desk. And certainly on not stuff that we're like breaking new ground every day. And that being your, and you already have funding for it too, which is also shocking, right? I mean, we approved it, I get that, but, and that's for your electrification. So that's just absolutely terrific news. Where my time? Okay, I want to run through some of my shorter questions. One other comment. I think that it's extraordinarily crucial, as you know, but I'm just emphasizing, doing this, you absolutely have to get to the early adopters. And that means a communications program to get to those early adopters, because they become proselytizers. So I look at this and say, we only have 450 heat pumps in. I must have been like the 40th, and you don't have me on the website yet? Talk about how wonderful these things are. I mean, I'm even 2 stories up. I've got push button hot water in my shower. So it's just, once you do it and then you see your gas bill go down as well, it's just so reinforcing that I think the communication, will be there with case studies. I think we'll get some pretty interesting conversions. Let's see. I didn't quite get, this is into the details, but I didn't quite get the difference on packet page 22 of talking about the 2 kinds of heat water replacements. And we can take that offline if it's not short, but
Sorry, is this emergency versus non-emergency?
is that all it is basically?
Well, we do have 2 different kinds of programs. We have a planned replacement program and an emergency replacement program. We
Right.
just launched the emergency replacement in the last couple of months. The single family electrification team has been very busy.
Yeah.
So we're trying to, we think anywhere from 50% to 2/3 of replacements, or 1/3 to 2/3 of replacements may be on an emergency basis. So we wanted to capture those.
Okay, and then could you remind us and the public where this pilot program is? Also same page there. It's gonna be 693 housing units. I think it's sort of community center area, as I recall.
Okay, yeah, so the first phase of the grid modernization program is right around the Greer and Triple L neighborhoods. It's about 1,000 homes right in that area.
Okay, let's see. One more. Okay, that's it. Thank you very much. Great report.
Councilmember Tanaka?
Can you guys hear me?
No.
You hear me now? Okay, great. First of all, I just wanted to congratulate you guys on all the work that you guys have been doing. It's very impressive. So thank you and keep up the great work. I'll give you guys some thoughts though. So one thought is, and first of all, I've been watching over the years as the portion that comes from transportation grows and grows and grows, and it's growing because we're doing such a good job in other areas. And so I think focusing on transportation is really important because I think that's becoming the largest slice of the pie here. If you want to make an impact, you have to attack the biggest part. So I think you guys know that already, but just want to emphasize that. One observation I have, just looking at the various programs that you guys have in place, it just seems like in some ways, a lot of our programs are programs for the rich, so to speak, right? So what I mean by that is, so for instance, EV chargers, right? For people who could afford electric cars, right? For myself, I can't afford an electric car. So I have an electric skateboard, but there's no incentives for that. But there's incentives for people who could buy electric cars. So people who are fairly wealthy, because really right now EVs are still very much for the wealthy. And so I do think about, in terms of equity for the city, in terms of making sure that, not just the wealthy can afford clean energy, so to speak. So that's one aspect. And then the other aspect is like I look at the heat pump water heater, which is great as well. But again, this kind of favors people who could afford to buy a house versus renters. So I guess I'm kind of more in trying to, of course, lower our greenhouse gas emissions. I think we should also just think about in terms of who benefits from these programs and how is the equity distributed among the people in the city. And so I just want to encourage, and I was just, as you guys were calling me, I was just looking at the different like e-bike discounts and stuff like that. But some of those e-bikes you have to get discounts on are crazy expensive e-bikes, right? Like for me, I have an e-bike. I made it myself, actually. I bought a motor off Amazon. I put it on and bolted it on, and it's like $500, right? But there's no rebate on something like that. And so I guess I just wanted to emphasize that rebates don't need to be just for big ticket items like electric vehicles or for things that are for homeowners, right? People who are fairly wealthy or well off. I think it should also be for people who are maybe less well off, people who, can't afford a real electric bike, so they make their own, or buy a skateboard, right? Or do other micro mobility type things, because I think more people can be impacted by that versus, the people who are, rich enough to afford a Tesla, right? For instance.
I'm happy to speak to our equity efforts.
Sure.
Yep, great. So one of the things we're studying right now is e-bikes. There are actually, e-bike incentives out there right now, but we're also looking at starting our own e-bike incentive program. There are some interesting programs out there where you can actually rent an e-bike month by month, which could be helpful for some of the situations you're talking about. Active transportation is also is also an area around things like micromobility that our Office of Transportation is working on. And then I do agree that a lot of the building electrification efforts, or a lot of the building electrification equipment is more accessible to both homeowners and higher income residents. But we do have a residential energy assistance program that will install heat pump water heaters for free. We've had a few dozen single family residents participate in that program. And then we're also looking at pilots to electrify dedicated affordable housing, including studies on how to really cost effectively do that, that we're in the process of finishing up right now. Also getting multifamily residents access to electric vehicle charging. While electric vehicles are higher end resources right now, you're starting to see more older vehicles and plug-in hybrids that are becoming more and more accessible. But what'll stop people from being able to access those savings in maintenance and fuel is lack of access to electric vehicle charging. So that's where we're doing our electric vehicle charging needs assessment and e-mobility study, the goal of which is to figure out how to really accelerate EV charging in affordable housing and market rate multifamily, where we have a lot of lower and middle income residents living.
Councilman Ku.
Thank you, Mayor Stone. I add my kudos to staff for all the work that they've been doing. So thank you for that. I did want to ask, with regards to the methodology that you use, it says over here that the city follows the Global Protocol for Communities, GPC, in terms of how to report and using their framework. Does this framework also include the origins of the product? For example, manufacturing it. What is the carbon output by the manufacturing? When I'm reading the report, the staff report, it didn't quite tell me how far back does it go. So do they include that into their framework?
It's only included if the manufacturing takes place within city boundaries. That is included, but any products that are manufactured outside of city boundaries, those emissions are not included.
Okay, so somewhere else is getting those emissions, in other words, where we're just installing these features that helps with reduction of the GHS, but it's it's somewhere else that's intensifying. In addition, I just wanted to also find out, it talks about here that the whole thing about the methodology is to tackle climate change and also to identify carbon dioxide emissions, right? But it doesn't take in, I see that airport has emissions there for takeoffs and landing, but then the flights that take off from Palo Alto Airport and land elsewhere, and flights that land in Palo Alto Airport but take off from elsewhere are not included per the GPC basic protocol. So why would those not be included if they're touching into Palo Alto and causing carbon emissions?
So the way the GPC calculated their methodology is that they want to make sure that cities are accounting for their portion of various emissions. So just like they do with vehicles and road transportation for airport emissions, it's a similar concept of if a vehicle or a airplane starts in Palo Alto but ends in, let's say, San Francisco, we wouldn't be responsible for that whole portion of emissions because some of those emissions are what San Francisco has to take responsibility for. So it's a way of making sure that all emissions are accounted for, but also dividing them among different cities so we're all taking our fair share of emissions. Otherwise, if they don't put parameters like that, then cities would be double counting emissions.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for clarifying that, because I was kind of wondering, does that mean that we're not accounting for the entire thing? But I can see how, now that you say it, it's divided up. The other thing is, so when Mr. Alberstein was speaking about 2025's goals, the natural environment wasn't included into that. I do want to say that, while we're having all these tech ways of replacing methane producing or other gases that are harmful to climate, the trees and our natural environment is, especially trees, is the only one that produces oxygen, and it does sequester carbon. So I'm glad to see that you're going to be creating a baseline in order to in order to measure, but correct me if I'm wrong, to measure what trees are doing for carbon storage. Can you elaborate a little bit about the baseline that you're going to be establishing, how it's established, and when we can expect to see that? Because I think that needs to be also part of the 2025 sustainability plan, in order to make sure that the natural environment, especially tree canopy, is included. Can you go ahead and give me an idea of how that works?
Sure. So our urban forestry department has been working on a software program that will help us calculate this baseline. And I believe that they have it identified as what they're going to be using. And they are working on that baseline as we speak. And it will be a higher priority for our next implementation plan.
Okay, so it would be great, if the urban forestry department is included in the sustainability report outs, so that we get an idea of what is happening. I see that, in the there's the offsets that were written about in this report also. Why is it that our offsets are in other locations and not offsetting within our own city?
So over the years, we've looked at our ability to do offsets, register for offsets, either within Palo Alto or within California. Within California more broadly, the offsets for new forestry have largely been, we've been unable to find them. We've looked at registering for offsets for our own urban canopy. The process is complex, and I think I think the project's been picked up, and then at various times there's been staff turnover, and we haven't been able to make progress on it. But the funding is available for the urban canopy efforts that are currently included in the SCAP. And I think as we start looking ahead towards how to meet the city's carbon neutrality goals, the urban canopy is definitely going to have to be a part of that discussion, which is part of the reason that we're doing the baseline right now. We really want to know how much we can capture locally, because it makes a real difference in showing people and giving people something really tangible on how they're both protecting the natural environment and the climate together through preserving and enhancing the urban canopy.
I appreciate that a lot, Mr. Abelshine, that you're putting that also as a priority. I mean, with the urban canopy, it is the one thing that actually produces oxygen. And as we move forward with more of the solar panels on the roofs and so forth, I really want to see that there is a plan on how to ensure that solar panels can go on the roofs or somewhere without having to lose our trees. I'm going to just say that solar panels do not produce oxygen, you know, so that is just something that I think should be incorporated very, very as broad as all the other methods that you have identified in this report. I'm sorry, Ms. Leong, I cut you off.
Oh, no. I was just going to add to what Mr. Abendschein said, which is that the one sort of challenge we've been faced with in terms of a local urban canopy offset program is we have not yet figured out how do we make it cost competitive with similar programs that are not in the Bay Area. The costs are just too high for labor here.
Thank you. I just want to report that, you know, I am on the Valley Water Commission, and at the last meeting, one of the directors said that Baswa had said that Palo Alto is really bad at water conservation. She said that in the entire committee, and I have to say, you know, I was a little bit taken back by it, but also it was surprising to me when they said that when she actually reported saying that it's because of our tree canopy. And I have to say, you know, I take umbrage with that because our tree canopy is actually pretty important to us, to the entire Palo Alto. And like I have said and emphasized over and over again, that it's the one product that actually produces clean air and energy. And I mean, I'm sorry, clean air and oxygen, and for a very, very fair and not expensive price. So thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Lithcott Hames.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I join my colleagues in commending staff, Mr. Eggleston, Mr. Abendschein, and Ms. Luong, and everybody on the team for your tremendous work. Also, a lot of gratitude to the community working group and to my two colleagues on the ad hoc. The question that's burning for me is one that I've heard raised countless times by community members, whether it's the Palo Alto Student Climate Coalition or 350 Silicon Valley Palo Alto, this question of should there be a gas cutoff date? And I appreciate that there's not an easy answer to that. What I'm interested in is where staff is now in thinking about that question. What variables go into our assessment of whether a gas cutoff date at some point in the perhaps far distant future is a meaningful approach, or whether a more gradual voluntary adoption of electrification is the way we intend to go. I understand the lawsuit with Berkeley, and that has given us some constraints, but help us understand what goes into making a really profound decision, or deciding, let's not make that profound decision. Let's keep going and hope neighbors can convince neighbors to do the right thing.
So I think I'll just say that these approaches aren't necessarily in conflict with each other, that you know, continued efforts towards electrification bring, you know, a long-term future where we may not be using natural gas into focus, as do regional efforts on mandates and other efforts and state you know, state and federal incentives and mandates. This is an area where it's really important to have our utilities director weighing in. And when Our utilities director has talked in the past, one of the really important milestones that they're looking at is the studies that we're currently doing, which are a 2024 council priority on the ways to manage a gas utility, both the physical infrastructure and the financial infrastructure through a major electrification transition like this. And I think understanding both that and then what it takes to modernize the electric grid to manage that transition, and then the studies that we're doing right now on multifamily and non-residential buildings and looking at what whether there are gas loads out there that are maybe specifically very difficult to electrify. All of this is information that I think could be used to both inform the perspective of our utilities team and then to provide the information that this council and the community needs to make decisions on the topic you're talking about.
And if I could add one more just kind of simplistic thing to that, I guess I would say that with all the discussion we've had about this, in our plan right now, we're essentially doing everything that we would be doing if council had set a date. So, other than setting the date and publicizing it, all the studies, all the work on the transition are what's actually in progress.
Thank you. And I'll, add my thumbs up to the notion of achieving behavioral change street by street, neighborhood by neighborhood, with stickers and lawn signs and exciting campaigns that people can get on board with. I think our neighborhood structure in Palo Alto is one of the strongest aspects of our city, the way the city works, the way the city learns about things and makes decisions. And it might be really fun to get the neighborhoods into a friendly competition with each other for electrification purposes. Thank you.
I want to add my thanks to staff. I know this is such an incredibly challenging lift, but I think we do have one of the best staffs around to be able to do this, and you always provide so much confidence to all of us. And having had the privilege of being able to sit in on meetings and hosting delegations from literally around the world, and having staff being able to present on this work is really incredible. I wish the rest of the community could see you all in action in that way. I also think it's a reminder to members of the public who sometimes kind of question why we are making such an investment in this work. Not only is the long-term cost savings for the community, and it's the right thing to do, but also we really do get we're able to kind of leverage the work that we do here to be able to inspire communities, not only in the region, but truly around the world, who have come here to really be able to learn from Palo Alto. Reminder, we had the Crown Princess of Sweden here in Palo Alto, along with the Lieutenant Governor of California back in February, hosting the Green Transition Summit. That is not something that normally happens in cities of our size. And so I think we should be really proud of that and mindful that when we're doing this work, sure, we alone cannot solve the climate crisis, but we can help inspire communities around the world to be able to do this. And if we are all doing this in the aggregate, we can make a significant change. So thank you to staff. Thank you to my two colleagues of all the great work you've been doing on the ad hoc, and thanks to the climate working group. I know many in the room today for all the work that you've been doing and will continue to do. A few questions, kind of mostly I think around transportation emissions and our work with EV. So 21.8% of our emission decline is due to decline in transportation emissions. Is that mostly caused by EV adoption, kind of amongst private users?
So you're talking about the overall decline since 1990?
Yes.
Yes. A lot of that has to do with the adoption of electric vehicles, yes. Some of that is also to do with the increase of alternate transportation, people getting out of their cars for single occupancy vehicle trips. So it's a combination of everything. We tackle transportation emissions twofold. One is to try to reduce vehicle miles traveled, and then whatever vehicle miles traveled we can't reduce, we try to electrify.
Fuel efficiency
And-
standards.
Yes, and fuel efficiency standards have also improved a lot since 1990.
Thank you. And then regarding emissions from our city fleet, does staff know the greatest emitters from the city fleet? I mean, is it police, fire, utilities? Have we kind of studied that?
Thank you, Mayor. We have studied that. I don't, by studied, I mean calculated it actually for the first time just recently for the inventory that was done. And I believe it's not in the report, but Public Works, Utilities, and Police were the highest emitters.
Okay.
Not surprisingly.
Yeah, not surprising. I think that'd be helpful as we kind of, well, we prioritize our own, the electrification of that fleet to make sure that we're hitting those. And so on the police, I mean, the police report talked about we're currently ordering an EV pursuit vehicle for the police as a pilot. So that's still happening despite what we've heard from local, I mean, our neighbors in Menlo Park and other agencies around the state that have really kind of spoken out against that, have tried those pilot programs and they have not worked.
Yes, it's still in the works. It's actually going through the purchasing process right now. This is a Rivian SUV, which I'm not aware of hearing the concerns from other neighbors about this particular vehicle.
Has any other department used the Rivian SUV?
I have heard that they have, but I'm not sure if there are any locally.
Okay.
I don't believe it's widely adopted yet. It is a pilot use.
Yeah, and what I've heard, it's mostly Tesla Model 3, Model Y, then the Ford F-150 Lightning fleet that did not work, and hopefully the police department is still kind of excited for this pilot program. It's just one vehicle, right?
Yes, it's just one.
Okay. And how proactive have we been in approaching private businesses, kind of serve the public to offer support in installing public chargers? You know, one thing that I've found great is the Whole Foods in Mountain View has rapid chargers for Teslas and other charging stations. And it's great to be able to go there, charge your car in 20 minutes, go shop and be on your way. Have we been kind of proactively reaching out to like Safeway, Midtown, Whole Foods and downtown to see if there's interest to be able to do similar things? Because I know for me, I rent an apartment, but I own an electric vehicle. And what really allowed me to feel, and my apartment complex does not have a charging station, but where I felt comfortable was knowing the investment that the city has made in creating public charging stations. I think that has really provided an opportunity for people in multifamily that really didn't exist before to be able to incentivize that. So kind of curious how proactive we're being in that area.
So we're in the beginning stages of that. We've largely been working with the faith community on that sort of an effort. We also had a program for a while on DC fast chargers, trying to get those into Palo Alto. And I think we may have had one or two successes there, but a lot of the folks that reserved those funds, it was a state partnership, didn't actually end up, they followed through with installations in other areas. So we're trying to re-engage on that because there's some real benefit to having chargers that can be used for both, employees and visitors during the day, but then, either be a place that people can charge up quickly in the evening or even park overnight. So those are the sorts of, we're thinking of those as neighborhood mobility hubs, looking for places that are located near multifamily buildings and trying to figure out a good strategy and a program and funding to work on that in the coming years.
Okay, thank you. And I think that the direction you're going with that strategy makes a lot of sense. And then over time, but just one last question. So an issue I've heard from many members of the community over the last few months have been regarding kind of like solar panel installation and just the challenging, long process to be able to do it. And I talked to many community members who've wanted to install solar panels, and then at a certain point, the process was taking too long, and they just dropped out of that altogether. So, do we have any updates on kind of how we're trying to work on improving and streamlining that process?
So I could share that the Planning and Development Services team has done a lot of work on that actually. And the challenge that if you hear about any challenges with solar panels that are being done without storage, those are stories that I think we're really interested in hearing, because those have been pretty heavily streamlined. Where we're hearing about challenges tends to be in areas with in installations that involve a lot of battery storage, and that's for a variety of different reasons. And then very large installations that break. I don't want to say the wrong thing. I think it's 10 kilowatts, which is a very large solar installation. So any examples you can send us, I think is helpful. We've done a lot to streamline though. I'm forgetting the name of the permitting system that they use.
Solar App Plus.
Solar App Plus. That's been something that they've been working, that they rolled out as long ago as 2 years ago, I think.
Yeah, if I could just amplify on that, and thank you, Jonathan. I think his point is perhaps that bears reinforcement is that many of the anecdotes that have really plagued us, quite frankly, are really hopefully no longer applicable. And certainly within the last year, we've had a significant ramp up in the streamlining of the permitting and inspection process through planning and development services. So I agree that I would love to hear about any anecdotes to the contrary. Wouldn't love to hear them, but I want to hear them, because we want to feed that back to our department to ensure that those are, that the current experiences are as positive as we believe they should be.
Great, thank you. Hope those community members are watching tonight, and we'll try again. Okay, those are all the questions I have. Was there any kind of last minute questions that didn't get answered? I know Councilmember Burt, you said you had a few more.
Yeah, I don't know about last minute. I don't know how much time we want to continue on the item, but there are a number of things, and I don't know whether others have more. So one thing is that I saw in our emails that David Cole had brought up an issue that I had not been thinking about, which is as we look at our grid modernization and upgrading our transformers, we have a distinct difference in cost of doing that for pole-mounted transformers versus when we are undergrounded wiring. And the question then becomes, as part of our whole house approach, we have this low watt diet, or basically how do you have right sizing and smart systems that reduce the increased demand on transformers and for that matter our utility boxes and power our panels, home panels, and whether we should be concentrating or focusing that whole home program on areas of the city that have the underground power, and therefore reduce the cost to our utility for the upgrades. So I'll just put that out there. I don't imagine it's something that we've thought through yet, but I'd like to get it considered. And then it's also Carbon Free Palo Alto had talked about this zero interest loan program, which was discussed at our last public ad hoc committee meeting. And given the real greater challenge of multifamily homes, I wonder whether we should target that on a pilot level, on initially just the multifamily level of focus. So that's another note. And then on the transportation impact, I had asked recently what was the reduction in transportation GHGs just this year from Caltrain's electrification, which wouldn't show up in these numbers. Can you remind us what that number was? if you recall.
So right now, Caltrain emissions account for 1.7% of our total emissions. So that number, that portion will eventually be completely gone.
Well, not eventually, it's already happened.
Well, when
It'll show
yes,
up
when
in a
it'll show
future
up,
report.
yes, correct.
So that's my point. I'm saying it's already happened. It doesn't show up in this report.
Yes, and
Okay.
it's currently just over 7,000 metric tons
Got
of
it.
CO2.
Thank you.
So that will be out.
And then the other thing that we just need to bear in mind is we have a huge amount of new housing that we're anticipating building in the coming years as nearly 25% increase in our housing stock. And that's a more complex issue environmentally than I think a lot of people realize. There are very strong social and economic benefits to it. The greenhouse gas benefits are more complex than I think a lot of people assume. First, it doesn't show up in a decrease in our citywide GHGs. It would show up in a per capita decrease. And that's one of the things that we aren't calculating. The report noted that we've had this level of reduction in the since 1990, despite a 21% increase in population. Well, we're going to have an even greater increase in population. And so the new households may have lower carbon consumption per person or per household, but that won't help this calculation. It'll actually hurt this calculation. It's the right thing to do in many ways environmentally. Now we also need to recognize that those benefits come from two things: reducing the amount of commute GHGs that occur from 20 to 25 miles per commuter today to 5 to 10 miles on the 70% of new residents who would be commuting outbound, in that sort of range. But in the coming years, those commutes are going to be increasingly zero emission commutes. So we'll have one level of reduction from the first housing in the first years they're here, but eventually as transportation diminishes in its impact, that benefit will go down. It'll still be beneficial, but not to the degree it would be calculated today. And then there's the very important calculation of the embodied CO2 in the construction. And unfortunately, the sort of construction that we're having to have that works economically today of high density, taller multifamily is primarily concrete and steel. And the embodied carbon in that appears to potentially outweigh the decreases that we're having from the building, which will be all electric and lower consumption per capita, and the commutes. So it's a complicated calculation. I just don't want people to have a misconception of how much benefit we'll get on our GHGs from those efforts. But I did want to ask, as a follow-up to that, we had set 2 years ago as a low carbon concrete as a practice. That field is still early, but it is really gaining a head of steam. But I hadn't seen anything in the report about that. Are we making any progress on that?
So we have been tracking the low carbon concrete ordinance. We haven't done the sort of analysis that you're referring to, but in terms of our low carbon concrete, most of the projects that we've encountered are home remodels and things that don't really require a huge amount of concrete at the moment.
No, we're using a lot of concrete. Okay, we have, in our public works, we use a lot for one thing. And that's where it's on streets and sidewalks, it's not the structural. So some of the newer low carbon concretes have actually higher structural strength, but they're not yet certified. But where they're finding a lot of their use is in less structural places. So I think we should do, as a follow-up, I'd like to hear what really is our program on that and what's the progress that we are making there. Lastly, I wanted to go to attachment B, which is the table comparing 1990 to 2022. And the staff report noted that there were a number of places where our baseline didn't originally include some categories of GHGs that we now and others are now calculating. When we started including those, did that just increase our 2022 GHGs, but we didn't proportionately increase the baseline?
That is correct. So the first year that we added these different emission sources, like airport emissions, off-road vehicles, Caltrain commuter rail, and wastewater biosolid treatment, that was in 2019. And we did not go back and recalculate our 1990 baseline just because we did not have the available data.
But if we don't put any best estimate, then this is not a reduction from 1990. It's a reduction from 1990 plus these new categories that we've added. You got to have an apples to apples, even if we don't have precise numbers for them. But we should go back and include them as best we can. And if it's a range, I'd even be fine with taking the lower end of the range. But they need to be included. Otherwise, this isn't an accurate number, as accurate as we can get.
So yes, we don't have data for 1990 that we can use. However, for 2020, about 7.5% of our emissions were from these new sources that were not included in 1990. So if we remove those, then our overall emissions reductions are more like 50%.
Okay, well, I think we need to incorporate in our 1990 baseline asterisk best estimates of what these emissions were. Otherwise, it's just not a correct comparison. Okay, thank you.
Councilman Vinker.
Yes, I just have one discrete question and then just a couple brief comments. The discrete question actually has to do with transformer upgrades. And the sentence in the staff report that says the city is pursuing a study to modify its transformer upgrade fees to avoid situations where the resident who triggers a transformer upgrade pays the entire cost of that upgrade. And I've heard about that from a number of our residents who are concerned about that. And I guess what I'm wondering is when that I'm curious, tell me more about the study and why we need it, because I'm curious why we can't just, when that upgrade is triggered, sort of divide it amongst all the users, because the prior people who may have electrified kind of got a free ride, and the later people won't have to worry about triggering a fee. So tell me more about what we're looking at and thinking about on that.
Yeah, what you described is where we're trying to head with the fees. It's hard to go back and just, it's hard to divide things up on a transformer by transformer basis, but trying to create a standardized fee that's applicable depending on how large how large a panel or how large a load you're trying to put in place could go a long way towards dealing with the inequities that you're referring to.
Yeah, so thank you for doing that, because I do think it's important. We certainly don't want any deterrence to people, and it's something that we need to straighten out so people feel like they're equitably treated. Thank you. Just wanted to comment that when we were talking about transportation emissions a little bit ago, and Ms. Leung appropriately said that we try to reduce vehicle miles traveled and then electrify those that remain, but we also are trying to induce active transportation, pedestrian and bicycles, and I wanted to make sure and lift that up. And then, of course, I'm sure my colleague would want us to mention the Caltrain electrification that also reduces some of those transportation-based emissions. So wanted to note that. I also don't think that I properly acknowledged the both the opportunities and those who take the opportunities for our youth to participate in climate action. These are the folks who are going to live with this longest. They are smart about this stuff, and I am thrilled that we have on our working group a youth member that, you know, PASC still participates actively here at the city, and that we do have YCAB. It was noted in the staff report, those things, but I wanted to make sure and underscore that, because I think it's really enriches what we do to have that perspective. Just wanted to mention with the police, there may be some range anxiety, but when they get that ridiculous acceleration, I think they're going to like their pilot. But that's just me. No, but finally, I did want to mention in response to Councilmember Tanaka's concern about electric vehicles and income and rich people being able to take greater advantage of that. There is a program, Clean Cars for All, administered by the Air District, which is designed to get clunkers, the most polluting vehicles, the oldest ones, off the road, and it assists low-income people to retire those cars and replace them with a clean air vehicle, be it a car, e-bike, or other form of bike. So there are a variety of equity efforts, both here at our city and in other agencies who are working in these areas. Thank you.
Okay, seeing no further lights, we'll then turn to public comment. How many speakers do we have?
We currently have 9 requests to speak.
Okay.
Our first speaker is Julia Z. Our next speaker is Andrea G.
Good evening. I'm speaking on behalf of 350 Palo Alto. As Councilmember Vinker noted, we are in a changed political climate. The new president incoming has made it clear that he's going to target the Inflation Reduction Act once in office. I'm sure the city is making contingency plans for this. I missed a lot of John's presentation, so apologies if I missed any of that. But I also think it would be great if this was part of our messaging to the community. I'm not saying we should use scare tactics, but we could let people know that the program we have right now for heat pump water heaters is the best price that we've offered, and just really encourage as many people as possible to take advantage of this window of opportunity. We could also potentially let them know a guaranteed date that that program will run through, and just let them know that after that date, we're not sure what kind of incentive would be available. We also think it would be useful to let the community know that starting in 2027, the Bay Area ruling will make heat pump water heaters the default for new, due to the new air quality standards. That could also encourage people to jump into this window of opportunity if they know that their next water heater will likely be a heat pump. Finally, we are very excited about the emergency water heater program and that that's up and running. But the figures John gave us, about 1/3 to 2/3 of new water heaters being emergency replacement. That just tells us that there's a lot of work to do, making sure that residents switch out before it's an emergency. One thing we could think about doing is some kind of incentive for an electrification readiness assessment. And during that assessment, we could make sure that there's electricity available and also check the age of the water heater and educate the community member about the direct install program. I think that the more of those emergency replacements we can avoid, that would save everybody money. And then finally, I just want to thank all of you for all of your hard work on this. The parts that I did hear sound really exciting, and I'm going to go back and listen to the rest of it. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Shreya V.
Good evening. My name is Shreya Vardhan. I'm a member of 350 Silicon Valley Palo Alto and a postdoctoral scholar in theoretical physics at Stanford. While we are not on track to meet our 80 by 30 goals in Palo Alto, we have a powerful solution to get us back on track. Take advantage of our approved housing element to start building new multifamily housing projects on a large scale in Palo Alto as quickly as possible. According to the April 2022 IPCC report, dense infill housing was one of the most effective ways that cities can cut their carbon emissions. There's been a lot of discussion of transportation emissions in the meeting today, and building housing will reduce our transportation emissions from people who commute daily into Palo Alto due to a housing and job mismatch. In fact, according to a new study by the Rocky Mountain Institute, building more housing can be much more impactful in reducing emissions, even compared to replacing all gas vehicles with EVs in half of the country. I want to add some numbers to that to address some comments which were made earlier. So even with 70 million EVs on the road by 2030, and currently we have 2.4 million, the United States would still need a 20% reduction in vehicle miles traveled to meet climate targets. Building more dense infill housing in our communities also reduces carbon emissions in the design and construction processes. According to an analysis by the Turner Center at UC Berkeley, building infill housing in existing communities, as well as building denser housing types such as apartments and fourplexes, uses energy, land, and materials much more efficiently than single-family homes. And finally, water use in single-family homes is more than double the water use in multifamily buildings. We urge the council to work closely with the building department and developers to streamline and accelerate housing construction in the city. The results will include cleaner air in the Bay Area, better health for our community, and increased ability to meet our 80 by 30 goals. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Debbie M., followed by Matt S.
Thank you very much for the study. We really appreciated all the research that's been put in. And I'm really here personally to say thank you for inaugurating the heat pump water heater program last year. One of them was installed at our house a year ago, September, and we've really enjoyed the hot water. And most importantly, we've seen our seasonal gas usage drop by half. And despite having 2 electric vehicles, our electricity bill has not really gone up significantly, so it's good. And I really appreciate what Councilmember Lonning said about using the opportunity with early adopters, the 450 of us in town, to get more publicity going so that we can get more people to make the switch to electricity. We really need to dip into the energy and enthusiasm that those of us that have made the switch feel so we can publicize the benefits of switching from gas to electricity. As has been noted, the Air Quality Management District is going to continue its work to implement a ban on selling gas appliances by 2027. And it would also be good to publicize this to the public as well, so people could realize that they could take advantage of Palo Alto's good program right now. And it would be good to publicize that the price of electricity is also going down while the cost of gas are increasing. California has much more control over its electricity prices and gas prices, and we all know that the cost of solar and wind are going down. So electricity continues to be going down as more renewable sources come online, and gas comes from out of state, mostly with pipelines that are owned by different companies, and they set prices that we really can't control. So I think that we really need to think about putting out the publicity that it's a good idea to switch to electricity, and then the gas price will be going up and they'll be able to save money as well as reducing the impact upon the environment. in short, just thank you again for your leadership in this area, and we hope we'll keep going. Thanks.
Our next speaker is Matt S., followed by Aiden M.
You probably heard that slogan, "There is no planet B." Well, I have some bad news for you. We already are on planet B. The last time that carbon dioxide levels were this high was about 20 million years ago. Now, you know there's a lag time in how the heat rises to catch up to the amount of carbon dioxide. So right now, the last time the Earth was this hot was about 3 million years ago. But we're on track to get back to 20 million years ago, when it was more than twice as hot as it is right now. So we are now living on a planet that didn't exist in Homo sapiens experience before we were even a twinkle in Mother Nature's eye. And we need to come to grips with that reality and start to prepare, not only to not let it get worse, but to also make sure we're taking care of ourselves as much as possible as we now come to grips with this new planet that we're living on. I want to plus one Andrea and Shreya's and Debbie's comments. All of those were amazing. I also want to further Councilmember Ku's comments on carbon sequestration and oxygen generation. These are extremely important because we're degrading our land carbon sinks and our oxygen sources. And so what we're doing here is great, but I'm also just suggest that we take advantage of our wetlands. We have a huge opportunity there, and we shouldn't be expanding the built environment into the wetlands. We shouldn't be expanding the airport. We should be contracting it. We should be eliminating it and restoring wetlands because they are a huge asset in this battle that we're in to live on this new planet. And I also want to further what Councilmember Lythcott Haynes said about creating competition in neighborhoods. I just think that's a great idea because we're very competitive here. But I'd also like to expand that and say, you know, we have a lot of sister cities, and not only can we start to, you know, build competition, but we can also learn from them about how to be resilient. So thank you so much. And I appreciate everything everybody's doing.
Our next speaker is Aiden M., followed by Bruce H.
Good morning, good evening, council members. My name is Aiden. I'm here as a representative of the Palo Alto Student Climate Coalition. I'm a sophomore at Palo Alto High School. Firstly, I just want to thank this council for making actions towards sustainable Palo Alto. Personally, you know, I'm very appreciative to live in a city that puts emphasis on sustainability, that has plans like this ASCAP, and that is always making an effort to engage the community. And thank you also to all of our city officials who are working on that too. I know that not every city has a government like this, and that what we have here is very special. Even so, I urge faster action. As you know, our city is still not yet at our goal and not yet at our carbon neutral by 2030 goal either. And both of this 80 by 30 goal and this carbon neutral by 2030 goals are very important, not just for our city, but to inspire the other communities and the world around us, because change starts locally. I also just want to stress the importance of electrification for this 80 by 30 goal and this carbon neutral by 2030. In 2022, our city's natural gas use increased from our usage in 2021. And it's vital that we lower these natural gases as much as possible by electrifying appliances like heat pumps and stoves in order to meet our goals. We're lucky in Palo Alto to be able to take advantage of 100% carbon neutral electricity because although electrification is positive for everywhere in the world, there are places that don't have this clean electricity to take advantage of. And in Palo Alto, we don't have this problem. It's also great that in the city, there are many organizations focused on encouraging homeowners and others to electrify. And recently, as I think a lot of us have been noticing, there's been a large youth presence with this, which is great as well. But ultimately, you know, we can't do it alone, and we also need your help to electrify our city. To wrap up, thank you again for the progress you've helped make towards a sustainable future in Palo Alto. We're very grateful for it, but at the same time, as we head into a new year and a changing government, we urge you towards faster action and towards more electrification until we ultimately realize the sustainable Palo Alto that we envision. Thank you, council members.
Our next speaker is Bruce H., followed by David C.
Good evening, Bruce Hodge with Carbon Free Palo Alto. Tonight, I speak with a heavy heart, mindful of the attacks that will be unleashed on our ability to address the climate crisis as a result of our fateful election only 1 week ago today. This incredibly unfortunate result means that climate progress will necessarily shift to state, regional, and local initiatives. The city of Palo Alto has put a tremendous amount of effort towards identifying and implementing programs and policies that will move the needle forward. But City Hall cannot do it alone. This is a project that requires participation from all sides. Our community needs to step it up and respond to this crisis by eliminating the use of fossil fuels. For most residents, this means replacing your gas water heater and gas furnace with ultra-efficient heat pump devices, and ditching your gas car for an EV or a hybrid. Want to avoid health problems? Replace your harmful gas stove with an electric induction cooktop. You won't believe how much nicer the cooking experience will be. Ask your electrified neighbor to show you. And yes, City Hall could do more, and we here at Carbon Free Palo Alto have a list of no regrets actions that the city could take. High on that list is for the city to provide 0% interest financing for climate-friendly upgrades for the amount in excess of the normal replacement costs. We've crunched the numbers, and the city can provide this at scale at a low and reasonable cost. We're urging utilities and CCAs in the entire Bay Area to do the same, and we're hearing good things on that front. Our list of actions also includes being smarter about how electrification occurs by promoting a common sense approach called the Watt Diet. There are also a number of local mandates that we think are worthy of consideration. Our hope is that the City Council will become more engaged in this crisis, starting now. Let's craft smart and effective solutions and engage the community. Come on, let's roll.
Our next speaker is David C., followed by Kat S.
Hello, council and staff. Thank you so much for your report and all your good work. But it's also clear from the report is that we need to move faster in all aspects of addressing the 80 by 30 greenhouse gas reduction goals. While we are much better than our surrounding communities, this is a measurement that's based on science, not on our neighborhoods and our neighboring cities, and we still have a lot to do. I want to thank Council Member Burt for pointing out the information that I sent you all about the whole home electrification pilot program and how that can really jumpstart our electrification efforts by following the Watt Diet and use of other advanced technologies that have been proven to reduce panel upgrades to such an extent that we would not have to do line upgrades or transformer upgrades in our undergrounded areas where this is the most costly and the most difficult. This would avoid trenching and retrenching our neighborhoods to upgrade these lines. My initial working of the numbers shows that we can save $20 to $30 million in this effort. And so it's very important that we take this opportunity to prove out these techniques in electrification with the whole home electrification effort. That way, when it comes to undergrounding these things, we will not have to do that at all. And with the money that we save, we can further our efforts in financing the electrification of all the rest of our neighborhoods. So I urge you to take a close look at this. The Watt diet and other things have been proven with several other reports and is also mentioned by the CPUC as the way to go for electrification. And so proving this out is a really great opportunity. Thank you so much.
Our next speaker is Kat S., followed by Brett.
Hi, my name is Kat Snyder. I'm a member of 350 SV Palo Alto. And I first wanted to thank staff for all the hard work and creativity that they've used to address our 80 by 30 goals. In particular, I wanted to give a shout out to the loads of progress that have been made in the heat pump water heater program, and especially the new emergency replacement program, which will catch as many people as possible before they switch over to a gas water heater. The next challenge that we have is home heating and cooling systems. For reference, gas furnaces last 18 to 20 years. And so with such a long life, we can't afford to miss the opportunity to have folks switch to a heat pump HVAC system when their old furnace fails. We know that community members are going to make a huge initial investment, and we want to get over that hump for them, even though later on the appliances cost less to run than gas appliances. With that in mind, we have a few recommendations. The first one was to offer a rebate for residents, but we just saw that there's a $2,500 rebate on the books. So I just want to say we're really thrilled to see that. As part of the rebate application, we were thinking maybe it would be useful to educate residents on the importance of getting 3 quotes from installers and ensuring that all the installers are using reputable tools and methodologies to right-size the HVAC systems. And the last thing that we recommend is highlighting the Go Green financing solutions to folks. Thank you so much.
Our next speaker is Brett, followed by Avro S.
This is Brett Anderson. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. Yes, I would like to agree with everyone in commending staff for a pretty robust plan here and a lot of progress having been made over the last several years. I think the robustness of the plan shows that staff has been working pretty collaboratively with the community in program design and priority setting. So it's really gratifying to see the plan fleshed out over the years that I've been involved in watching it grow. It's squarely hitting the main targets for eliminating fossil fuel use, which is really what's driving our climate crisis. I'm looking forward to communications being available for public input as well. The main messaging behind what the city's doing, I think, so far has been fairly, say, understated, and we could probably become a lot more aggressive and optimistic in terms of promoting these electrification measures. It also seems like the cost of electrifying existing buildings is really one of the biggest challenges we have. And I think I'd like to second what Councilmember Burt said, as well as what Bruce Hodge has been promoting, which is a zero interest financing option for all building owners. And that could really accelerate the adoption of these measures. And it would allow us, say, as a community, to establish some standards and mandates for zero emissions appliances. So by setting standards, we create a market, but we also have to finance that market, and making that easy for folks will get them over the hump of the initial implementation cost. A lot of that implementation is a one-time cost associated with converting from gas to electric. And it won't be recurred once those devices start being replaced, like we need to do the gas ones. And then finally, I'd like the community council members as well as staff to start considering a fee on our fossil fuel use. Palo Alto has an opportunity to lead here. We have our own utility. We could implement a fee on fossil fuel use, a carbon tax if you like. We could find a way to rebate that to our community members, or we could use that to fund electrification efforts or other decarbonization efforts. But that is really the long-term scalable solution for a carbon pollution crisis that we have. And I think, that's basically in the cards for us longer term, but Palo Alto has an opportunity here with its own utility to implement that kind of a mechanism early and phase it in quickly. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Avro S, followed by Rachel C.
Good evening, Council. Are you able to hear me?
Yes, we can.
Great. My name is Avro Shah, and I'm the head of outreach at the Palo Alto Student Climate Coalition. I hope you're all doing well, and I don't have much to say tonight, as most of what I would have said has already been stated. But I wanted to just say, COP29 is happening right now, and I flew back from Baku last night after attending the United Nations Conference of Youth, where I heard from the COP president, Mukhtar Babayev, who spoke about the power of youth in climate advocacy, the same day that he made alleged plans for oil deals with other oil countries to be happening during COP29. My point here is that many of today's adults speak a lot of good when it comes to climate, but struggle to keep their promises. At the United Nations level, we see this, the promise of 1.5 degrees, which every day seems more and more out of reach. But we also can see this at the Palo Alto government level, with our 80 by 30 goals that we have set, but now we begin to fall behind on. Council members, I trust that you know what the right steps are, and I hope that you take them. I would also just like to quickly bring up that the gas sunset date, which we made almost a year ago, a presentation on that, seems to have been completely pushed out of the picture due to the Berkeley ruling. But from my understanding of that, the Berkeley ruling says we can't ban natural gas, but it doesn't say that we can set up a date to phase it out and make efforts to phase out natural gas in our community. So from what I'm seeing and what I've heard from all of you is as soon as we get a whole home electrification program that's feasible and can be rolled out, I would really hope to see more support for setting the gas sunset date then. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Rachel C.
Hello, council members. I'm Rachel Croft. I'm on the Utilities Advisory Commission as well as the Climate Working Group, but speaking for myself here. So the first thing I want to say is I'm just super impressed that our city has this SCAP goal. I think it's fantastic that we have it. I had no idea we had it until I got interested in the Utilities Advisory Commission as a way to be able to get clean energy in our city. And so as I got interested in sustainability and I dug in, I kind of learned that we had this as a city goal. It kind of gets to my next topic, which is communication. So in my experience, which is, most of my peer group is parents of kids in currently middle school. So going through, I moved into Palo Alto 13 years ago when my son was 6 months old. So I had the preschool community, then the kinder community, then the middle school, and elementary, then middle school. This is just not a sexy topic among my peer group. No one talks about SCAP or what they're doing in their house with their electrification. Nobody really talks about it unless I tell them I'm on UIC, and then I might hear something like that. But I think communication is one of our biggest challenges. And I hear about this in the UIC meetings. I hear about it in the Climate Working Group meetings. And just having a way to communicate with the community so that they know what's going on. They know what our goals are, and they know that we even have this as a mission and where we are with it. And hearing case studies of other people who've done things. So I think that's a real need. I've also heard the whole idea of eliminating the natural gas system. They're like, what? Is that a goal, really? Like, it just doesn't seem realistic to people who aren't really tracking this stuff. You see a lot of misinformation on Nextdoor. So I think I see a lot of opportunity for improving communication. And I think that might be through things like actually engaging with Nextdoor via Nextdoor, which I know we don't really have a policy of doing that, at least from the utility side. I do see stuff from the city there, but I think we need case studies of people who've done things successfully and who can be mouthpieces for, advocating for something, a change. I think the yard signs, idea of communities, yard signs, et cetera. I've put in a heat pump water heater, come ask me about it or whatever. And also putting together things that you can communicate to the community through whatever communication means you have. This is a case study of a person who did a whole home electrification, or piece by piece, because I don't have the resources to go, electrify my whole house at once. So you want to, have all types of information for different people. So I think, I guess the only other thing is, I think we need more comprehensible metrics. When I see a table with numbers in it, for me, that just is impossible to read. And so I really would encourage for all of the things where we're tracking outcomes to put them in a chart type form so you can grok it more easily. But thank you very much.
And that concludes public comment on study session item 3.
Okay, well, thank you. And thank you to everybody here tonight for engaging. We'll move on now to our consent calendar, items 4 through 7. We'll do public comment on the consent calendar first. So public comment on items 4 through 7.
There are no requests to speak and no hands are raised.
Okay, great. Any no votes or requests to pull on the consent calendar? Councilmember Tanaka?
6.
Do we have a motion to move the consent calendar?
So moved.
Second.
When the clerk's ready, she can call the vote.
Just like to confirm the maker was Lithcott Haynes and seconded by Vice Mayor Lowing.
Correct.
All right, taking the vote. Councilmember Vinker?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Lowing?
Yes.
Mayor Stone?
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka?
Yes.
Councilmember Koo?
Yes.
Councilmember Burt?
Yes.
Councilmember Lithcott Haynes?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Councilmember Tanaka, would you like to speak to your no vote?
Sure, it'll be brief. So 6, sounds like a good thing. The only issue I have with it is that, the good news is they got 3 bids, which is good. But it didn't tell us what the range was. So it's hard to know whether this $340,000 was the high bid, low bid, medium bid, have no idea. So I think if staff reports could, especially if you actually got the bids, if report that out, I think that'd be really helpful. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, moving on now to city manager comments.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. Let's see, again, request the city clerk's assistance. And as we are making that transition, I do want to note and thank Councilmember Tanaka. He provided a number of questions related to the consent item number 6 that he just mentioned. And many of the questions that were raised do touch on the value and the importance. This is our dispatch system for public safety. And in fact, the questions dealing on issues such as integration, maintenance, and the like are really valuable to highlight, and really also point out how it's important for us to use RFP processes, which are requests for proposals, which are not bids. There is a distinction there. And as noted in the staff report, the selection was done based on a really extensive analysis of the suitability of the system that is recommended. All right, with that, next slide, please. Want to note, tomorrow, I've mentioned this previously, we have a storm preparedness workshop. So again, just a last minute reminder, if you are a community member interested in storm preparedness and in particular in the area around San Francisco Creek, which can be subject to flooding, this is an important opportunity to get both updated information as well as to talk to staff about options and ways you can best prepare. Next slide, please. And then this is a routine topic, but one that really is probably not recognized as a very important one. Our annual our regular consolidated plan, which is a federally required process related to how the city is providing funding related to homelessness prevention, support, and affordable housing throughout the community. And this Thursday and the following Wednesday, we will have two public workshops on our consolidated plan that is working through the county of Santa Clara. And so if you're interested in this topic, this is an important opportunity to both hear about what is in our overall plan and how it relates to funding provided through the city. Next slide, please. Then this Saturday is our 10-year anniversary for the Mitchell Park Community Center and Library. When I got to the city of Palo Alto 9 years ago, I was hearing about this failed public works project. And sorry to our public works staff. Again, a year after its construction, was hearing how it had issues with the contractor. Contractor actually, I believe, went bankrupt. And so the city had to bring in the bonding agent and a replacement contractor. And so as a result, the project was completed later than originally anticipated. But here we are 10 years later, and the ability to celebrate what I would argue is really crown jewel in public facilities in Palo Alto. And in fact, we host many events for communities throughout the region there. And receive ongoing comments on what a wonderful facility and the programs that the city is able to put on through that facility. So again, if nothing else, a reminder that sometimes projects like this are difficult and do test our mettle in completion. But again, once done, we can look back and really express some pride and be able to renew our appreciation for the community and community services put on through these facilities. So again, this Saturday from 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. At Mitchell Park Community Center and Library. Next slide, please. Okay, also a new survey. I know we have been doing a lot of surveys lately, and this one is focused on our downtown housing area plan. This is a survey of perspectives and priorities for housing in downtown area, and is now online. Let's see, an online survey will be launched. Okay, I'm told it should be out now. So check this website, cityofpaloalto.org/downtown housing plan to ensure, well, it is out, and to ensure that your voice is heard in how our planning efforts proceed. Next slide, please. And then finally, looking forward, again, we're meeting tonight on a Tuesday. It's hard to, it feels like a Monday, but it is a Tuesday. So next Monday on November 18th is your twice a year study session with the independent police auditor. We will also have the follow-up ordinance coming out of our retail ad hoc committee on a couple of urgent items for, code changes to support retail uses, and the update on impact fees going from the per unit to per square foot basis. This was deferred off or pulled from a consent agenda and was coming back for action discussion. Then there is no meeting on the following Monday, November 25th, with the Thanksgiving week. Then the following week, December 2nd, we'll have follow-up actions related to our Cubberley property acquisition and related activities, a routine item related to weeds as a nuisance, and a colleague's memo related to regarding the I will not pronounce it correctly, Juristock. perhaps, and we'll know better when it comes to December 2nd. And Sergeant Ranch proposed uses at that property. Then your council appointee employee agreements, December 9th, a study session on the housing and homelessness services gap analysis, as well as next steps on the University Avenue Streetscape project. Then to close out your calendar for this calendar year on December 16th, a study session with report outs from the council ad hoc committees, a study session on your annual community survey, and items related to city council reimbursement and downtown affordable housing. So with that, that will close out your year for the city council meetings. Back to you, Mayor.
Wonderful, thank you. Okay, we're now at our break. Let's take a 15-minute break. We'll be back at 8:05. All right, coming back from our break, we'll now take up our only action item, item 8, first reading of an adoption of an ordinance amending Palo Alto Municipal Code Title 18 and Title 21, as well as other clarification to existing regulations and implementing recent state housing laws. I'll turn it over to staff for the presentation.
Great, thank you, Mayor, and good evening, City Council. Jonathan Late, Director for Planning and Development Services. Next slide, please. This is a brief presentation. I won't go over all the different laws. We have Assistant City Attorney Albert Yang who can help us answer any specific questions that there may be related to some of the specific legislation that's included in the report. They're just highlighted here on the slide with a brief summary of what those state laws do, and the report gets into more details about how it's implemented in the proposed ordinance. In addition to the state law, there's some other non-substantive changes that staff is recommending, just taking this opportunity to clarify the code and clarify some provisions. Next slide, please. So what was missing from that prior list was AB 2097, which is probably an area of greater focus and interest for the council. So we've taken the opportunity, since this item was continued previously, to expand upon our analysis and provide more context in the staff report for your consideration. The ordinance does implement AB 2097 from the standpoint of exempting required parking from properties that are within a half mile of a major transit stop, which is a defined term in state law. We've also updated the qualifying parcels based on a map that uses HCD's, Housing and Community Development guidance that was sent to a Southern California community. That's included in your packet as one of the attachments. And then the ordinance also incorporates a transportation demand management plan, which is consistent with how the city approaches reduced parking standards for the downtown and other parts of the city. So this is included as well. Next slide, please. Some of the areas that may generate more discussion this evening is the question of whether the city council can require the provision for accessible or vehicle charging station parking spaces on site. We've expanded upon that in the staff report. It's an area of some there's different jurisdictions that have approached it differently. We've tried to explain those in the report. It basically comes down to two options as we see it. If a developer decides not to provide parking on site, we would not require, the ordinance is drafted to not require any ADA or electric vehicle parking stations at present. If the developer chose to provide those spaces on a voluntary basis, a certain number of parking spaces, then the percentage of ADA or electric vehicles would then be assessed to that development and provided on site. The other alternative is looking at what the total number or amount of parking would be required for the development prior to removing any spaces in accordance with AB 2097. This would basically assign the full charge of the maximum number of accessible and vehicle parking spaces for development on site. So those are two options that we've identified in the staff report, some design and cost implications potentially, particularly given some of the smaller lots that we have in the city. And then we also expanded upon a discussion about some policy alternatives that the Planning and Transportation Commission had also discussed, with the possibility of providing accessible parking spaces throughout the district, and the possibility of an in lieu fee for electric vehicle charging stations. So we note some concerns about that process as well. Next slide, please. And then there was some discussion, and again, we expanded upon this in the report, about when the city could require the minimum number of required parking spaces, notwithstanding the exemptions set forth in AB 2097. So we've provided some more information about what the state law says relative to that. We find that there's really one of only 3 circumstances in which the provisions could apply, but even then, we would have to make a finding of substantial negative impact supported by a preponderance of evidence in the record. So it's a pretty high bar for the city to demonstrate that the need for meeting the minimum required parking spaces is justified. And in the end, it would only apply to housing projects and only apply to housing projects that had 20 or more units and also didn't provide moderate income housing or housing for seniors or the elderly, and also chose not to take advantage of any of the provisions of state density bonus law. So a very limited window, we think, or very limited number of projects that would potentially even qualify. Next slide, please. And then lastly, as part of our recommendation, we just wanted to acknowledge that there's a number of state law changes that were the legislature had passed and the governor signed more recently. Some of these are straightforward. Some of them do require some additional analysis, including AB 450, which ties into SB 9. There's some changes about when we have development impact fees, when they are paid by a developer to the city. And then there's some additional changes related to ADUs. There's some, and then the state density bonus law is continuing to change as well. We'd like to come back to the city council on consent with an urgency ordinance to memorialize those recent state law changes so that they can be in effect locally for 2025. Next slide, please. And again, so just the staff recommendation is to adopt the ordinance that is included in your packet, provide direction on AB 2097 with respect to ADA and electric vehicle charging, and then direct staff to prepare an emergency ordinance relative to the 2024 state legislative changes. And with that, Mayor, I'll turn it back to you. Oh, and I will note that Commissioner George Liu is, I believe, available to answer any questions from the PTC's review.
Thank you. Let's turn to public comment.
No requests to speak, and there are no hands raised.
All right, then we'll return to the dais for questions, comments. Councilmember Burke.
Thank you. And so at this time, are we discussing all of the legislation that's here, or just the 2097 first?
Well, it's up to the council. If there's questions about the state, I think we feel that most of the state legislation is pretty straightforward, and we just need to implement it. But there were some questions about AB 2097.
Some on SB4, yeah. But let me go first to 2097. So one question is, how does we have state and federal law on ADA requirements and access? How does this reconcile with the state and federal law? If particularly under the missive by the AG's office, it was AG's, not HCD, or was it HCD missive? It was, yeah. That basically, I think, asserted that we couldn't have the requirements for ADA or EV charging. Is that right? Wasn't that what was in there?
Mr. Yang, I don't know if you have any.
Yeah, so I'm not familiar with an HCD letter on the EV and ADA issue. They did issue a letter on how you measure the half-mile distance. As far as the broader question about interaction with ADA, the federal and state disability access laws, those laws don't require that anybody provide parking. They just require that if you do provide parking, that you provide some accessible parking.
Well, what about the higher level requirement that disabled people simply have access? And doesn't this run into that issue where if a disabled person who can't walk a half mile needs to park for one of these uses, they won't necessarily be able to do so at those locations.
Right.
Go ahead, Albert.
So, it's up to the property owner, the business owner, to determine what sort of service and enterprise they are running. And if there is a disabled person who feels they're unable to access that service, they can request a reasonable accommodation. And that can mean that, if there are places where a car could pull up or park, that, the property owner would have to consider that request. But there are limits to what you're required to do under a reasonable accommodation request, and you're not required to fundamentally change the nature of what you're offering. And so if the program does not include any parking on site, adding a parking space would probably be considered a fundamental change that you're not required to do.
Well, that's going to be interesting. I'll be surprised if this isn't challenged in court by ADA advocates. But I'll just also comment that as I think through the impacts of this, it doesn't prohibit developers from including parking, but it doesn't require them to have any parking or adequate parking. And what are likely to be the outcomes from a lot of transit-oriented development in our community and elsewhere. And a lot of it is that it allows developers to externalize impacts. They can push them off on other residents, and they can push it off on the city and for their own private gain. Not just the city, but transit agencies. We have Caltrain has parking lots at our stations, and those will become in greater demand. A question I have is it also would push into our city-owned parking lots. And right now, we don't, to my knowledge, we don't, or do we allow overnight parking?
Facility. I don't, actually, I honestly don't know the answer to that. I do believe it varies by facility. And so if you take the Civic Center as an example, there are reasons that vehicles will be there overnight, but I'm not sure what the regulation is beyond that.
So I can envision that over time, as this new transit-oriented development, we have a lot that's in the pipeline at the North Ventura at a minimum, and we're looking at our downtown plan, that a developer can say, I have a public garage next door. I'm not going to park. I'll just have the people park in the public garage. I'm not going to create parking on site and save a whole bundle of money. And right now, our regulations, I think, are only restrictions during certain hours of the day. But as you say, I think it also depends on the garage, but for the most part, there's that way. And I'll just make a comment too on this whole kind of parking theory that sounds good in the abstract. We also similarly have unbundled parking, which the state has been pushing toward. And I know that one of the large multifamily projects, I don't know if it's on Sherman, it has a 2-level parking structure just on the north edge of Page Mill. Went a few years ago to unbundling parking from residents and charging them separately. And the result is that parking garage went to 3/4 empty, and those cars are on the street now. People didn't get rid of cars, they just overfilled the streets. And these are some of the unintended consequences that I think are likely to come about here. I have a separate question on SB4. Would you like me to ask it now or wait?
Let's actually go through kind of the law. I think AB 2097, good place to start because it's the most complicated one. And then maybe we'll just kind of work our way then through the through the 6 bills one at a time. So good way to start on AB 2097. Councilmember Lithcott-Hames, did you have any questions on that?
I did. Thank you very much. Just to follow on Councilmember Burt's questions, first of all, thank you for the report. And just given the study session we just had on SCAP, part of me is picturing a Palo Alto within a half mile of high quality transit, where the only thing you can park is an EV or you have a disabled placard, and it sort of feels very contemporary and forward and so on. But I realize it's not that simple because it wouldn't apply to all parking. It's going to apply to new parking, new projects, right? And it's private property. So it may be the case that that private property owner puts a sign up and says, hey, these 4 spots are only for people coming to my business. So we would end up with this very diffuse or limited supply of parking. It looks like, you know, there's potentially a lot there when you look at the entire corridor, but if each, you know, small number of spots is only good for one business, then we've really kind of created more of a hodgepodge and a mess. Am I thinking about that correctly?
Yes, for spaces that would be required on site, it would really be for the occupants of the building, the folks that were working there or visiting or living there. It wouldn't be necessarily available to the public at large to just park on private property. That's correct.
Thank you. That's it for me.
Vice Mayor?
Yeah, I'm going to be a bit longer than that. First of all, could you show us on the screen that attachment B? Because it was just, you know, very gray picture. I'll start while you're doing that. Is it up? And these do apply to existing buildings. I mean, sorry, they do not apply to existing buildings. They apply only to new projects, correct?
So let me just answer that question, also describe the map that you're looking at. So this is a map of the city. The heavier dotted line is the city boundary. The area that's in I don't know what you call that, orange, red-ish color represents the station. And in this particular area, the bus transfer station, which is also a qualifying area. And as we mentioned in the staff report, HCD has one way of measuring sort of where that is. But our area boundaries are not really consistent with how that would be applied. You know, it would be in between the stations. And so we really focused in on the platforms of the area. And so that's what that outline is. And then we've gone in a straight direct line from that a half mile around. And so the blue area then represents that half mile shading for properties that are eligible for projects to have the no parking requirement applied. So it doesn't just apply to existing buildings that are not doing a change, but if they are asking for a building permit to change do a tenant improvement to go from one use to another, or if they're doing some change, a remodel to a home, those are areas where AB 2097 would kick in. It's when you get a building permit.
Really, I thought that it was actually the opposite. I thought this was just for new projects. But you're saying if somebody comes in and remodels, I mean, what they could do is they could take out parking and put in more units in their business.
Right.
I'm sorry, in their housing complex.
So yes, it applies to new construction, but it applies to development, which is when we issue a building permit, that's when AB 2097 would kick in.
And so that would allow them to remove the parking that's already there?
To put in a new, retail area or housing where the parking was. Yes.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I didn't understand that. So that's one of the reasons I was asking that question. And this doesn't include hotels, that's separate.
Yes, correct.
Right. Okay, and here, so this, you said in the staff report, it goes from the platform. So you're taking the half mile from the high quality transit literally and saying that they have to be on that platform to get on the train or the bus. So half mile in all directions from there.
Yes.
Right. And that's as consistent as you can get with that HCD ruling with the other town.
Yeah, so the HCD ruling has you approach it in a slightly different way, where you look at the subject property and you go from the edge of that boundary where the project is, you go a half mile in a direct straight line from that project. And if it touches any part of the major transit stop property parcels, then it qualifies. And so for us, and I can just show you on this next tab, actually. If I can move this, here we go. So for Palo Alto, you can see that it doesn't make, I'm going to zoom in here or attempt to zoom in. It doesn't, so the blue now is the platform, but you can see that the other areas in red is the right of ways, that it's the train tracks right of way. So if you followed the HCD formula to precision, we would be calculating along the railroad tracks where nobody has the ability to onboard or get off the train. So that just didn't seem to make sense to us. So that's why we ended up using the platform as the basis, and we believe that's consistent with the HCD letter to San Clemente and consistent with state law.
Yeah, you note that it isn't really specified, but I think you're probably correct in going that direction, given that it's not specified, which is another curious uncertainty that comes into these new laws. So when we get over to what do we do now on parking, it's just incredible to me that, particularly in light of our prior item tonight, that we're doing everything we can to reduce climate change, and that's a goal of the state as well. And then they're saying, well, we're not going to provide parking for EVs. So I would be one council member that say, well, we just should, we can just interpret the law that way and say we definitely want EV chargers because that's just in conflict with other state and local goals. And I would prioritize that, frankly, even over the ADA, but I would also favor, adding the ADAs, and I understand your analysis there that it's going to take up more space, which is why I would prioritize it more of EV over the ADA. But I just can't imagine just saying we're not going to do anything there. We're just going to ignore disabled folks, and we're going to ignore that area for chargers. So I think you're asking for direction tonight from us on that item. So that would be my point on that one.
And I might just clarify, we're not asking anybody to ignore any of those parking spaces, but the state law is clear in that a project within this radius does not need to meet required parking. And so the ordinance as drafted, if voluntary parking were provided, we would assess that voluntary parking. We would require the accessible parking based on the amount of voluntary parking spaces provided, and that's a formula, roughly 2%, but it's variable depending on a number of factors for accessible parking. And then for our electric vehicle requirements, we would assess that as well for the number of spaces that were provided on site. So I guess the question that we're asking the council is, where is that a sufficient metric? And if not, then the other alternative is to look at how much would be required for the development and base it off of those percentages. So Instead of looking at, just by way of example, if somebody wanted to provide 10 parking spaces on site, but the code required 100 parking spaces, one model has you measuring the ADA and electric vehicle parking based on the 10 that are provided. The other model would have you look at the 100 that's required and use the percentages based off of that.
Yeah, I think what you wrote up at the bottom of page 125 is reasonable. So that's all for now. Thank you, Mayor.
Any other questions on AB 2097? Councilmember Ku?
Thank you. I would actually submit a letter. I would like to ask that you submit a letter asking what is their intent over there and whether it is indeed not allowing ADA. I actually have much more concerns about ADA, people with disabilities getting easy access to the properties and to whatever other venues are over there that is going to be located in the new building. If not, then I really think that perhaps the city should challenge and ensure that we have a moral obligation, but also there is law that protects people with disabilities and their access. So we shouldn't discriminate or even help the state in doing this discrimination. So I would definitely want to challenge that. Thank you.
Thank you. My one question, the staff report says that the properties touching or within the AB 2097 radius can then utilize the law's provisions. So does that mean if a project even only has like 1% of its total square footage touching the radius, that it can then forego all parking requirements?
Yes, and the reason we get there is when you look at the attachment that's included from the HCD guidance to San Clemente, it goes back to how they measure the standard. It's from the edge of the property nearest to the transit stop. So that's outside of the interior of the property, but at the edge. And then you go a half mile from that area, and if it touches any part of the transit properties, then it would apply. So the inverse of that, if we're measuring a half mile from the transit stop, Caltrain station, if it just touches that property, it would qualify.
Okay, and they get to qualify for the entire reduction.
For the entire, no required parking for the entirety of the site. Yeah.
Okay, absurd. I think that's my only question on AB 2097. I do agree though with Councilmember Ku. I'm inclined to maybe. I think I'd be more interested in accepting in lieu fees for for electric vehicles, but require on-site for ADA. I do think that the city has shown that we can actually utilize that we can create our own infrastructure of electric vehicle parking pretty well, pretty efficiently, pretty quickly. And so to be able to collect fees, to be able to continue to expand that program in ways that we talked about during the SCAP discussion, I think that makes more sense to me. But I agree with Councilmember Ku with regards to, I think it's really important that that people who need that the accessible parking spots have a place near the actual site in order to be able to do it. I think in lieu fees doesn't make sense to me there, or having it at an off-site location or even an on-street location that might be down the road. So I would not be willing to accept in lieu fees for that. I think I don't really see much of an advantage to that. But for EV, I'd be willing to accept that. Do you have anything to add on? Okay. And then Councilmember, you had another question?
Yeah. I had, when we had this discussion on the North Ventura, I read some of the legislative record on the legislative analysis of the bill as it was moving through the legislature, and there were several deliberate statement saying that it wasn't intended to restrict being able to provide parking or require parking for EVs and ADA. And I see that on staff report page 8, the middle of the page, the paragraph that begins, state law is right below accessible electric vehicle parking spaces underlined. The second paragraph there says state law includes a provision in 2097 that shall not reduce, eliminate, or preclude the enforcement of any requirement imposed on new multifamily or residential within a half mile to provide EV supply equipment or spaces that are accessible to people with disabilities that otherwise applied to the development if the section didn't apply. So I'm trying to understand why that paragraph isn't clarifying that we in fact can require parking for ADA in EVs. What am I misreading there?
No, I think we're saying that you can. We're also saying that it's unclear how you measure the requirement when you are looking at how many spaces are going to be provided on site. And because there's that ambiguity, do you measure it based on the voluntary spaces that were provided or based on the totality that was required before AB 2097?
Well, it says that would have otherwise applied to the development if this section did not apply. So if this section, meaning 2097, didn't apply, we'd have our historic parking requirements.
Right.
And so that's the baseline, and then be whatever proportion of that we would have. So why is that not pretty clear that we can legally do that and that that's the intent of the law?
Right. So you're asking a legal question, so I'll defer to Ms. Stump or Albert Yang.
So often with the Rorschach test, when people look at it, they really see it only one way. And I agree that the way that you're reading it is one way to read it. Other cities are reading it, and it's our understanding, perhaps most cities are reading it as the ability to still impose the requirements that are proportional to the parking that's provided.
I hear that other cities have done that, but I want to just focus on the language. So tell me what in this language causes those cities to interpret it that way, or means that we would be wrong in interpreting it the way I was describing.
Mr. Yang, do you have some additional comments?
So I think it goes back to what Mr. Late said, which is that the requirement to provide those EV SE installed spaces, or the requirement to provide accessible spaces, is that percentage-based requirement.
Well, I'm asking you to focus on that language and point out to me where it says that would have otherwise applied to the development if this section did not apply. I'm not following how it can be interpreted in the way that you're saying it might be, that it would be a percentage of what we would or what they would provide as opposed to the percentage of what we would mandate.
Well, I'm not sure I can, provide any more than what we have, which is that this section, AB 2097, says that cities cannot impose parking minimums. And the language that is quoted here is creating an exception to that prohibition on local parking minimums. And the other way to read this exception is to say that it does not preclude the enforcement of those percentages. Those percentages that exist and would apply in the absence of this section.
What I'm trying to understand is this alternative interpretation that is that we we can only apply EV and ADA percentages to the proportion of spaces that that developer puts in, as opposed to the proportion that would have otherwise applied to the development if this section did not apply.
So we'll probably run close to being done with this exchange, but let me just try this one last characterization to see if you can appreciate the potential for a different argument. So as Mr. Yang said, the law starts by saying cities cannot impose parking mandates. And so a developer may say, well, I am voluntarily providing a certain number of spaces, and you can't impose any mandates within that. And one way to read this paragraph is that we can, if a developer is voluntarily providing some parking, we can impose a mandate as to the proportional EV and ADA.
Well, the section that they're referring to, where it says would have otherwise applied to the development if this section did not apply, are you saying that the section may be only the section of the law? No, I still can't follow it in plain language. I don't get where you get this alternative interpretation where these other cities are. And if I'm and if other cities are interpreting that way, I'm going, there must be some reason, and I can't see it in the simple language. And I'm asking for an explanation on how they're actually interpreting that language in front of us.
Right, so this section in that refers to the government code section, which is the entirety of, you know, the part of AB 2097 that we're discussing here. You know, it's the part that says cities cannot impose mandates, parking mandates. It's the part that says half mile. It's the part that says this is how you define major transit stop. That's all in one section of the government code. And so where it says this section, it's referring to all of that.
Okay.
Councilman Vinker?
This may make it worse. And I have not studied this, so I don't have the answer. But I do wonder if it's one of those situations where, let's say, absent this law, that there would have been, you know, X number of parking spots required and 10 of them had to be ADA, but we're saying none can be required. And the developer says, you know what, I'm going to provide 8 spots. And that, so the percentage, if we did the percentage method, it'd be, I don't know, 2 or something would have to be ADA. And so they may be saying that you end up under the other interpretation with this bizarre result that you have to have more ADA spots than there are actually voluntarily supplied spots. And so when you look at it from a practical standpoint, it doesn't seem to make sense. And typically courts defer to things that don't end up in bizarre scenarios like that, but that's just a guess.
Vice Mayor?
Yes, I agree with Councilmember Burt's interpretation there, but I think that's where staff is trying to split the baby a little bit. Back over on page 125, where they're saying, so what we can do is just do the total number of required spaces that would have been required for EVs if the project were not subject to 297, so not changing the ratio at all on EVs. And we can put that into our ordinance is what I'm understanding that you're saying.
We were suggesting that could be an alternative, but we also were encouraging that be studied in parallel with this notion of the in lieu parking space.
Yeah, I'm going to comment on that in a second. But then for the ADA spaces, they're actually reducing it to a ratio that's a little bit lower than what would be there because we know that there's a limitation to space. And so that was the compromise I thought that they were proposing. And we don't know how often ADA spaces are used, and they still have to have access for drop-off traffic as well, including Uber, Lyft, et cetera. So that's why I was thinking that that's pretty reasonable. With respect to putting in ADA spots proportional to what would have been there, I still think we can do that, which by definition, if we do that, we're essentially, to Councilmember Coos and the mayor's point, we're challenging the legality of it. If the state or the courts or somebody think that, we really can't do that, then they can come and, come after us. So I think that that's a way to just, without proactively looking for a lawsuit, just saying, we don't think that's true. And we think that the way that this what do you call it? The resolution has been written, then we can do that anyway. So we don't have that problem. Oops. Uh-oh. So the issue with respect to in lieu fees is that we just have so much history of us not doing anything with them. That's my concern in that regard. And also, it's not going to give you the charger where you live. So if you don't have the charger where you live for the people that live here, then they can't just go and find a parking space on the street that has a charger, because they won't. So I just don't, that's the concern that I have about going the in lieu direction. And then one thing I forgot to ask about was the TDM situation. What's the plan there in terms of who would monitor it, how it would be monitored, and how often it would be monitored? Was that a city responsibility, the landlords, or?
Well, so this is an area where I think we need to shore up our work on the TDM plans that have been approved and one that will be approved in the future. But it's, I think it's a combination of my department, Planning and Development Services, working with the Office of Transportation and code enforcement to make sure that, we're checking on these on an annual basis or as set forth by the code or by conditions to make sure that they're adhering to the conditions of the TDM plan. So that's the way it should work. I think it's, probably not working the way that we want it to at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, once a year is obviously fairly infrequent in terms of changing patterns, particularly in the early stages when you don't know kind of what the baseline is and how fast it's going to change. So I think that's that's kind of a wish list, but I'm not sure how effective it's going to be. I don't know.
Curious for staff what would be most helpful to do kind of motions after each particular bill, or wait till the end to have a more complete?
I wouldn't necessarily suggest after each bill, but AB 2097 renders itself as unique to the package. And so I think if you wanted to separate that one, that would also be consistent with how we framed it in our recommendations, seeking guidance.
Let's do that then. I see Councilmember Koo, I think, had another question, and I'll turn to Councilmember Burt. The Councilmember Koo.
Thank you. I just want to say, the TDM is something that really needs to be done, because it is one of the tools that is being used to mitigate the density and also lack of parking, and to make sure that, the development is actually finding ways on reducing traffic. So we keep on talking about having a TDM plan, and it is used as a method to approve a project. So now we really need to see a TDM plan materialize that actually has city-specific wants and needs in terms of how to traffic being reduced, and then holding the developer the owner of the property or the landlord to actually reduce that, to do the reduction. And to show accountability on it. And so I'd really like to see that the TDM plan is part of all this process as all this larger development, build remedies and housing mandate housing is coming forward. It does need to be developed. And in a report I read not long ago, I forget which one, but I understand that there isn't a staff working on, you don't have staff for that. Is that so?
So we have some TDM plans that have been approved. There are some that we have done investigations for. I feel like our staff is somewhat limited in our ability to we're putting together slowly a database of all of those. In fact, we actually may have the database of the TDM plans now together. And then it's the next step of doing the enforcement activities.
So it'll be great if we can also, if has PTC seen those TDMs?
No, I don't believe that they have. I mean, no, I think these are staff, either they were reviewed as part of a development proposal or prepared by staff.
I think the city should have a template of what are some of the points that we want developers to have included in their TDM plan, and then they can enhance it any way that, they see fit if there are any changes. But I do think that we need to get going on that and not kind of delay it anymore, because it is part of a mitigation, and it doesn't have any teeth. And I don't think that developers should be coming up with the plan. We need to have a solid foundational plan. Thanks.
Councilmember. Okay, so I will move 2 parts in response to AB 2097. First one is what's in recommendation number 2, direct staff to apply AB 2097 to properties within the radius depicted in attachment B. And then second, what's in the slide deck on slide 3, second of 2 options, require ADA/EVCS parking based on the full amount that would have been required if AB 2097 did not apply.
I'll second that.
Okay. Then I'll just say a couple comments. One, it's interesting that the second option by staff actually has that same language that I was dwelling on right in the alternative. And that seems to mean only one thing in our staff recommendation there. But in the staff presentation, it could mean 2 things. So I'm just going to put that out there as something I'm still confused by. Second, I'll say that I've long been a supporter of reduced parking in exchange for TDM programs and adjacency to transit. But this state law just eliminates that. It's really, I think, one of the most poorly conceived state laws I've seen, and there's in recent years, and that's a pretty high bar. And one of the things that I'd note is that it makes this arbitrary boundary of 0.5 miles. Now that's as the crow flies. And of course, we've seen HCD wants to say, not from where you get on transit, but from where you might park distantly 1/4 mile away from the transit, which is just a further exhibit of how poorly it was designed, that there could be even that ambiguity that HCD could interpret it that way. But it doesn't talk about the actual walking distance to transit. And so we could have one circumstance. Well, I'd say that very few of these circumstances will it be close to 1/2 mile. You zig and zag to get to a stop on streets that have right angles. And if we look at our map, that's the case on almost any approach to the transit station. It's over 1/2 mile. But if it's 0.51 miles, 100 yards more than what's in the law as the crow flies, then there's no restriction at all on the parking. It's so arbitrary there. And if they were going to do something, more logical would be, first you focus on the walking distance or the walking time, because if you have 5 signals to go through in 1/2 mile, that's a lot longer walk than if you don't have any signals. And it's really about people taking transit if they're in short duration walking distance or walking time. So it's just a terribly blunt instrument with no nuance and overkill all at the same time, but that's what we're facing.
Councilman Ku, would you like to speak to your second?
Well, I think I think it's no secret that I don't like state mandates, that doesn't understand a community and how each community operates. Coming from this place where they are completely devoid of knowing what a community is like. And it's just simply unconscionable of lawmakers who don't even think about people with disabilities and just being so discriminating. So again, like I said, this law just does not take into account local conditions and people who live in that community or even have diversity. So when they come and talk about DEI and B, they're really not. Thank you.
Okay, discussion on the motion, Vice Mayor.
Yes, I have a question, I guess, for the maker, but also staff. There's just some wording fuzziness, I think, in sort of the top of page, in the ordinance, top of page 135. It says, this is about, it's supposed to say 4 projects, but the 4 is covered up with the notation at the top of the page. But it says for projects within a half mile of public transit, et cetera. And it kind of goes back to my earlier question. I originally, in reading this, I thought it was just for new projects and that existing buildings, unless they were scraped, would not have any applicability. But it seems to me like we have to define what a remodel looks like, or else there would be a temptation to be taking out parking everywhere and putting in more houses. Maybe that's okay, but it seems like this definition is kind of wide open. Could you say new projects or projects that remodel X% of the existing building or something like that? So there's no loopholes with builders that we have to fight about?
Mr. Yang, do you have a perspective on that?
So the law says that local governments shall not impose parking minimums on development within half a mile. And it just says the word development. And in the government code, development is very broadly defined to mean basically anything that requires a building permit. And that's contrasted with the way the language around ADA and EV parking is written in AB 2097, where there you see they use the phrase new residential development, or I can't recall what, but they specifically say new development. And that's not used elsewhere where the basic prohibition is stated. So we understand that to mean anything that requires a building permit. And it could result in what you've described, where someone comes and removes their parking and puts in something else.
How low would that go just to push it? Is it painting the outside?
I mean, the project could be to remove the parking spaces and to convert that space into something different.
Yeah. Okay.
So
Thanks.
if you were asking the maker on that, I thanks for raising that issue, and I hadn't dwelled on that. And the fact that the law refers to new development, doesn't that imply that that in fact is what they're referring to, even if they didn't repeat that term each place that they said development? They refer to new development as it applies to the EV and ADA part. It seems that at worst there's ambiguity there as opposed to clarity on the intent.
Yeah, there's a saying that there's a rule of statutory interpretation that would support every way you want to look at something, and there's one canon of statutory interpretation that says when you use different terms or different phrasing, it means different things. But this is as much guidance as we have.
Okay, so given that the law isn't clear and we don't have clear guidance, I would lean toward initially not allowing just any development I'll give you an example that actually was going through the pipeline in last year was the redevelopment at the Nut House. And it was going to be the same building. Their original application was going to remove a shed in back because they wanted to take out the parking that they had in their parking lot, and they were going to replace it behind their building. And so they wouldn't have a net loss in parking. When this came along, they revised that plan and just eliminated all the parking. And that was from using it from existing food and beverage, same essential use, and going to just eliminating the parking that has historically been there. And that's how it was being interpreted. Now seeing this reference to new development on the one side, I don't know how we get a clarification, but I'm not inclined to give developers the benefit of that doubt until we get that clarification. So if we were hesitant to grant new development, that is not a true development. It's a remodel, similar use, same interior square footage, and somehow they can eliminate their parking because they have to have a building permit to remodel. That seems doubly crazy.
So clarifications with respect to housing, it's possible at some point that some could come from HCD, but in general, these issues about what statutes mean and how they're to be applied are resolved in the courts. So if the city took a position that AB 2097 was not available for that type of pulling of a building permit, but not brand new development, and the property owner disagreed with that, then that would be something that would be landing court, and a court would interpret and apply that.
Well, I would be game to add a third segment to this motion that says these requirements or the apply to new development. Or unless staff has better language to suggest.
So I don't know how to implement that.
Pardon me?
I don't know how to implement that. I don't know what to tell my staff what new development is in this context.
So the intent, what I was trying to capture with, I thought was clear by new development, it would be a new structure and not a remodel or a new use of an existing structure.
So if that's the council's,
yeah.
If that's the intent, then I think we need to be clear so that our staff is clear about how they're applying state law based on the council's guidance.
Okay. All right, I'm asking whether this language provides enough clarity with what we just parenthesized. It's going to have to come back in statute anyway.
So a new structure can be a shed, a trash enclosure. It could be a new building. It could be a restaurant.
Well, I can then refer this back to staff to return with a clarification on what would constitute a new structure.
So I think you're hearing from the director is some lack of clarity on how to, or really what the council is trying to distinguish here. I think as a practical matter, that as the director pointed out, any modification to an existing structure could trigger this definition.
When we talked about the ambiguity in the statute, it referred to new development as it applied to the EV and ADA. So in that context, what does new development mean? If staff was to interpret that state law as written, how would you interpret that in terms of what new development is?
Anything that requires a building permit.
Oh, new development, you'd say anything that requires a building permit is new development.
Yes.
That's how we have drafted. That's the presumption behind the drafting that's been done. And that's the staff recommendation.
All right, I'm going to withdraw that additional amendment.
So Vice Mayor, were you done with? Maybe that
No,
was your question
since he
originally.
withdrew it, I'm going to come back to my original question. If we could specify, I mean, maybe we want some remodel. Maybe we want, if somebody wants to remodel their building and get in, 30 units instead of 20, that's not a negative. And that would be sort of worth it to give up the parking perhaps, just theorizing on the fly. But it seems like that should be specified so that we get a benefit for it. It's not just, I'm changing out the balconies and the color and the bathroom and the new hot water tank. That's my concern, is that it'll be used frivolously without any benefit to the citizens. So that's where I thought you might be going, Councilmember, where you would specify, the quantity that would have to be changed, and we would have to add new units to housing and things like that.
Unfortunately, with the clarification that I just got from staff, I don't think it gives us that latitude.
But the problem is you can get a building permit to change your hot water heater. And that's not really development, that's changing your hot water heater. So I'm not crazy about that definition.
I'm not either.
I guess I would I understand the concern, but I don't know that. I'm just trying to understand the other part of that. So yes, somebody pulls a building permit or a building permit to do some minor work. And then the next worry or concern that you have is to eliminate the parking. So this is their own on-site parking that they're removing or displacing for some reason, but there's no permit to build on those parking spaces. I'm not understanding sort of I get the theoretical, but I'm not understanding the practical.
Well, the practical, take the nut house circumstance. They wanted to put tables out there and outdoor dining.
Yeah.
There's a good example.
And that is a food serving use in an area where we're trying to promote that kind of activity as well, too. Right? So we have our outdoor dining, and we're trying to promote that activity, and this would allow that to take place.
Yeah, but we wouldn't, except for AB 2097, we would not be eliminating parking, even though we're trying to promote outdoor dining. We have that street closed. We have parklets. We've set standards. And we don't say that if you put a parklet out front, you can eliminate your parking.
And we don't require parking for that though either. Even before AB 2097, we didn't require additional parking for the additional outdoor dining area.
Not for the additional, but we didn't allow removal.
Interim ordinance we did. But
what? We except for AB 2097, we've never allowed people to remove their existing parking, or for that matter, get a refund to their in lieu parking fee.
Right. During the pandemic, we had some ordinances that allowed, but that was a unique situation where we allowed folks to have outdoor dining or even for retail sales into the parking lot area. But
okay, well, that was an emergency. I don't think that's applicable. That's not, and I would be clear that we have not set any city policies that have said we want to eliminate existing parking. We haven't had that policy discussion.
It's hard to envision what the makers of this law had in mind overall, but I was presuming that they were trying to encourage potentially, more housing in new developments with less parking, because those people could walk to the station. I don't think they were trying to encourage more people to go to restaurants. So my concern is that if we could get more housing units because they took down half the building and reconfigured, that could be okay. But, just getting some light things done, and then take out the parking to do whatever they want, or they could take it out and they could rent it for some other purpose,
Yeah, understood. I don't want to be on the spot for defending state law, AB 2097. What we have is an ordinance that we believe implements the provisions of state law based on the ambiguities that exist within that law, based on the guidance that was provided by HCD. If the city council wants to make some policy decisions that take a different tangent from that, we just need to be clear about what that guidance is, and we're happy to follow through. Understanding that it's elements of the law are untested, and so we run that potential risk if you add value to that, or how you value that, I guess, is part of the decision too.
Councilmember Baker.
Yeah, I just have a couple of questions. One real quick one, I think I know the answer, but just confirming. So when we were on the distance from which we measure the half-mile radius, there was an HCD technical assistance letter, I believe, issued to another city. And I assume there's been no HCD technical assistance letter on this issue with the ADA EVCS.
No, I'm not recalling any. There was one other one, but it was not related to ADAs. Mr. Yang, do you recall anything?
Yeah, not to our knowledge.
Okay, I assumed not. How did that happen? How does one procure one?
A letter?
Yeah.
Yeah, so you write a request. I don't know that we've talked about doing it for a couple of things, but you write a letter to HCD staff and explain the situation, and they could prepare a guidance letter in response to that.
How long does it typically take?
Having not done it before, I don't know.
Sure.
Mr. Yang, do you have any insight on that?
I think it's a few months.
Okay, then my other question is, if we go forward with this, that requires the full amount of parking for these two types that would have been required absent AB 2097, and we have a developer that says, hey, I'm building in a 2097 space, area, and I want to voluntarily provide 7 parking spots. What do we do? Do we say you can do your 7 unrestrained parking spots, but you still need the full complement of ADA and EVCS in addition? So we would no longer be doing a percentage. Let's have the presumption be that there's enough dwelling units that the ADA EVCS number of spots is bigger than 7. What do we do? Do we say you need to do 7 plus 10? 7 normal ones, 5 ADA, and 2, how would we operate under this?
So I would interpret this direction to be that the developer must provide those ADA and EVCS spaces. And then it's up to them if they want to voluntarily provide any unrestricted spaces in addition to that.
Okay, and those, we wouldn't take, obviously, another percentage of those?
No.
Okay. So we could end up in the unusual scenario that I mentioned, because if I'm developing a unit, I might want my non-ADA clients to not say, hey, how come they get a spot and I don't? Or I might just say it's fine. But what I'm wondering is, could we do the option 1, which would be the parking based on the amount of voluntary parking, and solicit a technical, whatever it is, letter, and then upon receipt of that, act in accordance with that, whether it's item 2 or stay the course?
If that's the council's direction, we could proceed that way.
Okay, I'd like to hear others' thoughts on that.
Well, as a maker, let me just say that given the letter that we've seen from HCD, stretching logical boundaries on what's the geographic area, I would not, I'd rather put my faith in the court than HCD's guidance letter. I would assume that HCD will take as an aggressive a position as they can against what we believe are our interests in trying to interpret the law. And careful what you ask for.
Can I ask counsel, never mind, I'm going to hold on that. Thank you.
Councilman Tanaka?
Yeah, I just wanted to ask our city attorney. So AB 2097 supersedes our laws, right? Or state laws to supersede our laws, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so I guess first of all, why do we even need to do this? Because if state law oversees like our laws, do we need to do anything?
Mr. Yang, can you explain the pieces that the city needs to adopt locally?
Yeah, so we don't, I suppose, need to do anything. We could just take the position that the state law supersedes our law, and that's how we've been operating for the past 2 years. We're here now because staff back in August proposed to codify what had been the staff practice for the past 2 years, and council wished to provide alternative direction.
But I guess the question is why though? Because then we have to maintain it. If the state law supersedes ours, why do we need to do anything? Why can't we just let it be?
Well, we would still be in the situation of needing to apply the state law and receive council's direction on how to apply that.
Okay, well, I mean, so does the motion comply with state law? Because I guess one makes sense, right? Part two, maybe it's not worded the best, but I mean, is part two trying to say for the properties that are not in part A or sorry, part one? Is that what it's trying to say, or is it just? I guess I'm just trying to understand how the two are like related there. So like one is within radius. Okay, that makes sense. Two is it seems like self-referential here, so I don't know. It doesn't make a lot of
The
sense.
topics are different. So one is about the location where AB 2097 will apply. And while it does not match exactly the guidance from HCD, we think it is reasonable and complies with the statute, and we can defend it. The second one is about within the AB 2097 region area, what will be the requirement on ADA accessible and EVCS charging spaces. And there is some risk to what is proposed here by council, as we've said.
Okay, well, I think when it's time to vote, we're on a split 1 and 2.
Councilmember with that names.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just to follow up on Councilmember Vinker's question, I wonder if the maker and seconder would accept a friendly amendment to item 2 to make it sort of either or. So require ADA EVCS parking based on the full amount that would have been required if AB 2097 did not apply. However, if the developer voluntarily provides parking, then ADA EVCS parking would be required proportionately, whatever that language is, about the proportionate that's already in the law.
Well, I won't accept it. If it's okay, I'll just explain why, which is, so say 100 spaces would have been required normally, and a developer comes along with 5 spaces, and they'll do one of those spaces for ADA or whatever. That doesn't cut the mustard.
Okay, I get that. Thank you.
I mean, I would say I was thinking of something identical. I'm wondering maybe if it's something we could send to staff to say that there needs to be some sort of base that says if they were to do what Councilmember Burt just described, there would still have to be a minimum a certain minimum, because I think that's a good point that Councilmember Burt raised. I wonder, could that be what you just described, Councilmember Lithcott Ames, a good incentive for then a developer to build additional parking, so we get that additional parking in a space that would normally have none, and then also get the added benefit of ADA and EV parking. So
Yeah, percentage, like at least 50% of what would have been required in, that way you get the number in there.
Yeah, so maybe the maker and seconder is open. We could create some
So let me
flexibility for
try
staff.
that. So the language would be, if a developer provides 50% or more of what would otherwise be the standard parking requirements, then ADA and EVCS parking percentages would be based upon a percentage, or amounts would be based upon the percentage of the parking provided.
And if they choose to provide no parking?
It's only if they are providing 50% or more of our normal parking does this kick in. That's what I just said.
Okay, so I would encourage council to get some confidential legal advice before you do that.
Okay. So then I will instead put that as a referral to staff to receive legal advice on whether we can provide a different formula.
Councilmember Koo, are you fine with that addition?
Is that an addition, or is that replacing number 2?
Well, now it's being pulled, and really, does it have to be in the motion to get that legal advice, or are we just can we do that as direction, or what?
We can do that as direction.
Okay, so it doesn't have to be in the motion.
And so number 2 remains?
Correct.
And Councilmember Koo, you did have your hand raised. Was there something else?
I did. I had a question with what Vice Mayor Lowing had asked, in terms of what kind of, to what extent on a remodel, right? And I was wondering, if we limit it to new project applications, does that make a difference? Does that change, make it more clearer that it's actually a new project application?
Is the question if we made it for, I'm sorry, Councilmember, the clarity is if it's for remodels?
Not for remodels, but basically if it's a new project application, that it's limited. I mean, so AB 2097 applies to new project applications.
So we would have the same interpretation of if a building permit were required, we would apply AB 2097.
But I'm saying limiting it to just new project applications. And from there, if you give them the building permit, then AB 2097 applies. But if it's just for a remodel project, that building permit does not apply to a new project application.
Councilmember, previously Director Late had clarified that apparently under law or common, I don't know what the origin of it is, that any project that requires a permit is de facto a new development, which seems strange to me, but that's what I have to accept.
Appreciate that. So I was just trying to see if there was another way to kind of interpret that. It just like Mr. Yang had said, in the last couple of years, or staff has just followed what state law had said, but there's so many ambiguities in state law, and obviously when inquiries are made, it's really stretched further. Answers comes up just made up. So I just think that, it's good to question it sometimes just to have clarity also. But anyway, thank you, Councilmember Burt.
And I'll just note, that's one of the reasons why we're here. We want to know how the city council wants us to apply AB 2097.
Councilmember Vinker?
Thank you. My question. So if this is somehow clarified by the legislature or ruled on by the court, or something becomes clear that is in tension with an ordinance that would follow on to the motion as currently styled, I take it you would come back to us to revise and amend that motion with due speed. Okay. Because, I'm highly cognizant of the general legislative intent here. But I have to say, when I look at the plain language, it seems pretty clear that they're saying nothing shall preclude. So I do understand that this is ambiguous to the extent there is a second interpretation, but to me, it's a secondary one, not two co-equal ones. So even though it troubles me, I'm inclined to go the way it's written now. But I would want to make sure that we could revise it quickly if an adverse decision was had, and I understand that's our normal practice. Thank you.
Vice Mayor.
I would just pose the question of, if we pass it with just these two now, having also requested after hearing that we should have legal advice and saying, yes, we'd love to hear that. If we should just wait until we have that advice. And so we just continue this for 2 weeks. And in the interim, get that legal advice on how to frame item number 2.
Well, I'll say in practice, this is more restrictive than how staff has been approaching this law to date. So implementing the motion that you have before you is taking a more aggressive posture on AB 2097.
Which is one of my concerns, because the way that 2 was going was to have some wiggle room in there for a developer who was cooperative. And now we don't have it until we get that legal advice to see how we could reframe number 2. And if we've been going for 2 years, administering it as you are, then, maybe waiting 2 weeks to get clarity on the legal aspects that was offered could be helpful.
And I didn't understand the statement on it's more restrictive. You're saying.
Right now, we haven't been taking the posture that of number 2 on this list. We have been applying ADA and EVSE parking when voluntary parking would be provided. Now, granted,
Okay, more restrictive, that could have meant 2 different things. Okay, I got you.
Maybe while staff is discussing, Councilmember Vinker, did you have something to say?
I was just going to move to table this or whatever the right motion is.
I support that.
In favor, until such time as legal advice can be procured.
Well, let's hold, if you don't mind holding off then until we get staff's thoughts.
Yes.
So for hearing then, Mayor, it sounds like there might be an interest in just tabling direction on AB 2097. And what that will mean, I guess, for us is that staff will continue to apply the map that we've included in your packet as the geographic boundaries that would be subject to AB 2097. And we would continue to require, take the position that when voluntary parking spaces were provided on site, that we would require ADA and EV electric vehicle charging spaces relative to the amount that's provided on site, at least until further direction is provided by council sometime next year.
When does the city manager or city attorney have an estimate on when that will come back to us?
Well, at this point, just looking at calendars, I will guess the earliest possible would be sometime in February. That wouldn't really have much more to it than the legal analysis that was suggested.
And just to maybe get a sense of kind of magnitude, I mean, how many, do we have an estimate of how many ballpark amount of developments within that time frame?
We're not getting a lot of development activity, so it may not be really significant, but I can't tell you, we may get an application.
Okay. So I'll send it back to you then, Councilmember Vinker, if you wanted to make your motion again.
I would just move that we table this discussion until after we receive legal advice, hopefully as promptly as possible.
And Councilmember Tanaka? Councilmember Tanaka seconds. And process-wise, Councilmember, do we have a discussion and debate on motion to table? It doesn't happen often.
Yeah, you're not tabling the whole item. I think you're going to do some things on the other bills.
Just this one item?
Yes.
So we can discuss it?
Yes.
Okay. Councilmember Burt?
Yeah, I'll just say that the only thing we were going to get the additional legal advice on was this formula if it's over 50%. So I don't know why we table the other two parts of the motion. What would happen potentially is we come back at some future date based on that legal advice and revise the ordinance or not revise it. Just leave it in place. So I'm not sure why table the first two parts.
Councilmember Vinker?
Yeah, just that depending on what we hear and what we want to do about the second one, it could be persuasive on the first, even though I understand and appreciate your point that it could stand alone. I would rather know the legal advice first.
Vice Mayor?
Yeah, I was just wondering why it needs to take basically 3 months, given that we're off 2 weeks. But if we only need legal advice, we could do that, the legal advice part, maybe by next week.
We can't do a thorough job for you by next week. You need to we need to do some work to prepare. You need to receive and consider.
Sure,
but
sure.
The bigger issue is getting the item back on your action agenda, which are packed through the end of the year.
Right, which are full through the end of the year.
Yeah, so my answer to the original maker is that the third one that we might add to this would be substantially changing the first two. So it just seems more consistent to me to consider them all at once, particularly since that, there's not much development anyway. That's how I'd answer it.
Councilman Lithcott Hames.
I appreciate what the maker and the seconder are trying to do here. I am in favor of making some progress on this, and I'd rather us go forward with what we've got in the original motion. And if it turns out that what we've got doesn't, hold pass muster with the state, with legally, then we can amend it at the time. I do think the language we've put in there is lifted from the staff report that says that this interpretation is viable, and so that's why I'm inclined to support it.
Councilmember Burt?
Yeah, and as to the way in which this prospective third one would modify the first two, it wouldn't change the first two, it would just add an additional condition. The first two would still stand. So they stand on their own, and they're either going to be presumably what we adopt, or we'll adopt them plus a third one.
All right, I don't see any further lights, so let's take the vote on the substitute, on the tabling motion to table.
Vice Mayor Lowing,
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka,
Yes.
Councilmember Ku,
No.
Councilmember Vinker,
Yes.
Councilmember Burt,
No.
Councilmember Lipcott-Hames,
No.
Mayor Stone.
No.
Motion fails 3-4.
Okay, back to the main motion. Any further discussion? Let's take a vote. Let's take the vote on the main motion when the clerk is ready.
May I ask to split?
And we'll split the motion.
Just to confirm, this captures the 1 and 2, they're just split into 2 sections, 2 separate motions. All right, so voting on 1, Councilmember Lipcott-Hames,
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Lowing,
Yes.
Councilmember Burt,
Yes.
Councilmember Vinker,
Yes.
Councilmember Ku,
Yes.
Mayor Stone.
Yes.
Motion carries. For item 1. Voting on the second part, Councilmember,
Madam Clerk, could we get the word on between based and the?
Councilmember Burt,
Yes. There it is. Okay. Yes.
Mayor Stone,
Yes.
Councilmember Ku,
Yes.
Councilmember Lipcott-Hames,
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka,
No.
Vice Mayor Lowing,
Yes.
Councilmember Vinker.
Yes.
Motion carries 6-1.
All right, that was easy. Let's move on to the rest of the item. Again, let's go in order of the other state laws and the way they were presented in the staff report. So any questions on SB, or I think we can handle all of these in one motion. So just kind of questions and comments then on the state law. So any questions or comments on SB 684? Vice Mayor?
Yeah, thank you. I was a little bit concerned or maybe confused on, you said that these don't apply, this can't apply at the same time as SB 9? But is there any linkage between these two, the SB 684 and SB 9?
So they're similar in concept, in that they both require the city to ministerially approve subdivisions. So normally subdivisions are a discretionary application for the city. We have findings we need to make. In these cases, we have to approve them based on sort of non-discretionary, non-subjective criteria. And so it's just a difference in scale, where SB 9 dealt with single family zones and allowed you to split one lot into 2. 684 is broader and it allows you to split your lot into 10 to develop up to 10 units. But what they're saying here is that you can't, split them into 10 and then use SB9 to split that into 2 again afterwards.
Okay, is that what that sentence means where it says that local agencies are not required to permit accessory or JA dwelling units on SB 684 parcels?
That's not what that just means that, once you've split a lot into 10, we don't have to allow ADUs on those new.
Okay. Okay, that's helpful because I thought we're now trying to restrict ADUs, but I realize you're not because you already got 10 units there.
Yeah.
And then just a process question. You jumping to do these things in the planning department in 60 days. There's a number of these that say that, and you're not just sitting around here waiting for the phone to ring. So how practical is it that we can get these done in 60 days? I mean, I'm fine if you say no problem, but.
We just need to prioritize it. And I guess what that means is that other projects that don't have these state mandated timelines are going to get a back seat to the ones that do.
Yeah. Yeah. I figured that was the issue. Okay. That's all on that one. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilmember. Yeah, I realized that I want to get a clarification of what this applies to. So it says for sites identified in the housing element or for sites not identified in the housing element, the maximum number of units allowed by local regulation. So in low density neighborhoods, would this apply? Formerly R1 neighborhoods?
Give me one moment to double check. I believe the answer is yes. I can get back to you in a minute on this if you have any other questions.
That's the key one. Are we saying that this law would allow 10 units on a single family lot? If that's the case.
No, so it needs to be zoned for multifamily development.
That's what I thought. Okay, thank you.
Okay, seeing no further lights on SB 684, let's move to SB 4. Any questions or comments on SB 4? Councilmember Burt.
Yeah, it refers to qualified developers and certain requirements are satisfied. I have no idea what's allowed here from reading this. Did I miss something where it answers those questions? I don't know what what's being referred to as a qualified developer in parentheses, and then to build qualifying housing projects regardless of zoning restrictions if certain requirements are satisfied. Does it explain what those requirements are?
Yes, so those are all spelled out in the bill. And so these are for sites that are owned by religious institutions and private universities. They have to be 100% affordable. They can have up to 20% of those units be moderate, but the rest have to be lower, affordable at lower income levels. There are density restrictions set out in the law. And there are other development standard restrictions as well.
Okay, but those are really important things. And I'm not seeing it in the summary, and ordinarily we wouldn't be told, go read the law. So I'm still trying to understand what are the implications of this. Not that there are certain answers in the law. I want to know what those are.
Yeah, thank you, Councilmember, understanding that comment. I think what this report reflects is just our desire to move quickly, and it probably doesn't have all the information that you're looking for on that. Mr. Yang, is there any more clarity that we can offer with respect to how the practical implications?
Well, I think the primary ones are that this applies to sites that are owned by religious institutions and higher education institutions. And that the projects need to be 100% affordable.
Yeah, but then what are they allowed to do? So that's who it applies to. And it has to be 100% affordable. And then what restrictions then continue to apply?
So then they are able to add an additional story of height. They can, I believe that they are subject to multifamily development standards.
So, and add 1 story of height over existing zoning? Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay.
And then they're permitted to develop to the standards that apply to Mullen densities, in our case 30 dwelling units per acre, and then they're allowed to use the density bonus on top of that.
So they can go 30 dwelling units per acre and a density bonus that would give them what?
Between, if it's going to be 100% affordable, it would be between 80 and 100% density bonus.
So, and the density is defined not in FAR, it's defined in units?
Yes. Yes. For this, in this situation, it would, so you would be looking at, 60 units per acre on the top end.
But they would have to squeeze that in with only 1 additional story.
Correct.
So I would just say that if we weren't getting these as a bundle, each of these would be a big deal. And, us reading this and not knowing what the implications are is challenging for us. And frankly, it borders on us not performing our fiduciary responsibilities if we weren't asking these follow-up questions to try to understand it real time, understanding that this would go up to 60 units an acre. In this case, we may not have much latitude, but we still at least need to understand clearly what are the implications of these laws. And I want to make sure that as we go through any of these others, we're getting the cards on the table and the public gets to hear and understand what we're actually voting on. Not, oh, we voted to support or actualize SB4, whatever that was. No, these are big deals.
Mr. Mayor, may I make a comment?
Yes, please.
So, Mr. Yang, is it the case that this law would apply without a local implementing ordinance and that the local implementing ordinance that's proposed here does not add any additional local elements?
That's right.
So I respect the request for additional information. And given all the time in the world, we would certainly be able to spell things out in more detail. But council is not being asked to do anything that is not already required and mandatory by state law. So staff is trying to get you a local ordinance as quickly as possible. And I respect the request for as much information as possible and will endeavor to be more complete.
It's not as much as possible, and it's not all the time in the world. In 5 minutes, I got the information that wasn't in the report that's very important. We may not have latitude, but the consequences of our action should be public. And without these questions having been answered in just a couple of minutes, which is far from all the time in the world, and I think that's a misrepresentation of what I'm asking for. So I will say again, in the balance of these, I hope that staff is ready to clarify on the implications of it and to do so in a concise, clear way.
Councilman Ku.
Thank you, Mayor Stone. I just wanted to ask the question. You mentioned when Councilmember Burt asked, so they're able to add one more story. So these are, most of the faith-based institutions in this city are in R1 zones with a use of a CUP. So most of them are either one story. So are you saying that they can be 2 stories, or are they going to go higher than that?
So I believe the maximum height in the R1 is about 30 feet, maybe 35. So they'd be able to add 1 story on top of that, probably up to 45 feet or so.
Okay, I just want to clarify that because I want to make sure that we're not going higher. And then it says that ancillary ground floor uses are also permitted. So then it means that they can have commercial use in there, like you mentioned here, childcare centers and so forth. And this is all in the single family neighborhoods, right?
Yes.
All right. And then
Well, it's wherever these, these
yeah.
properties are.
So a lot of the faith-based are in Palo Alto is in residential neighborhoods, and the same thing goes for AB 2097 applies if they're near the train station or a public transportation location, right?
Correct.
Okay.
Vice Mayor.
Is there any notification? I'm sorry, I just want to make sure, I just want to finish with.
No worries. Sorry, I thought you were done.
One more. Is there any notifications to the neighbors? Does this qualify for notification to neighbors?
There is none required.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
But just a quick clarification about the staff recommendation would require notice to neighbors, but there would just not really be able to, anything would really be able to be done if there were objections to it.
That's right.
Okay, thank you. Vice Mayor?
Yeah, some of my questions on this one have been asked, but 2 other ones, just so I understand. On the second bullet point there, when you talk about commercial uses that are permitted without a conditional use permit, what would that be? Could that be like a restaurant or something like that?
It depends on the underlying zone.
So retail, office, and any number of uses.
Yeah, in the R1 zone, it's going to be very limited, and the CS, it's going to be much broader.
Yeah, okay. And then just clarification, I didn't know what you meant here by half-mile high-quality public transit, et cetera, and 1 block from a car share vehicle.
Yeah, that's going to be, that's just taken from the state law, but we have applied that in the past to mean that there's a fixed location car share, like a zip car that has an assigned parking space, and it wouldn't apply as we've understood it to free floating car share.
Okay, yeah, I thought that might have just been an error, so just want to check on it. Thank you.
Okay, seeing no further lights, we can move on to AB 2162 for questions or comments. Okay, seeing no lights, AB 894. Vice Mayor?
Yeah, I have a couple on this one. I don't understand how frequently you would do the parking analysis here, and how you would define underutilized. It says 20% of parking spaces, but does that mean 24/7? just seemed like how you would enforce this amongst neighbors could be sort of malleable here.
Yeah, so underutilized means 20% or more of the spaces are not occupied during the period of time where the parking is proposed to be shared. So if it is a 24/7 sharing arrangement, then you would need to show in your study that it's 20% vacant for the, all 24 hours. But if there were sharing only in the evenings or only during the daytime, that's when you would need to show that underutilization.
Yeah, I understand the math. I don't understand the management. I don't see how we would even look at this to see who's parking
So-
where, when.
We would get a parking study prepared by the applicant who's seeking to take advantage of this provision. They would prepare that analysis. They would show that how many parking spaces were used and not used. They would submit that to the city. We would take a look at it. If we had questions or comments, we'd ask for more information, more data. But that's not too dissimilar for how we would consider any parking reduction for any other project, notwithstanding the state law.
And would that be done annually to make sure that things hadn't changed?
No,
much?
it would be a
one-time
study that was prepared.
Yeah, I mean, I know there's some properties now that could use this, so I'm not opposed to it at all. And I can't be anyway because it's the law. But I was just wondering if there was an easy way to manage it so that it could be functional. So you're saying there is?
I'm saying there's a process by which we can collect the data, review it, and accept it or ask for additional information. And based on that process, we would say they are compliant or not compliant with state law.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Lithcott-Hames?
Thank you. Just on this last point, isn't it sort of a supply and demand situation where if you have somebody who's overparked and, frustrated, and they've got somebody who's moving into the south or north of them who doesn't want to have to put in parking, I mean, that by nature, I would think the person with too much parking is going to reach out and say, hey, I've got too much. Do you want to share it? So I kind of feel like it's going to sort itself out in the market on this one.
Yeah, I think generally it's a good thing, but I just want to know how it's going to get managed in case things change. So,
Councilmember Burt?
Yeah, I'll just add to what Councilmember Lithcott-Hames was asking about. For decades, we have known that in our downtown areas, we have private lots that are underutilized. And we've actually tried to encourage this very thing. And unfortunately, a number of the property owners have said, no, I'd rather have surplus parking. It's attractive to my customers than to go into the shared parking approach. So it'll be interesting how it plays out, but we would think that they would find a financial incentive in doing that, and we haven't had luck encouraging it.
I've heard from at least one hotel owner, right, as you have as well, who would really like to see some sharing happen.
Well, that was my clarification. Does this apply to all uses?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. It would definitely apply to that hotel that you're referring to if they were able to demonstrate the 20%.
Great, yeah, then this is positive all around. Okay. I see no further lights. Let's move on to
970.
Thank you. AB 970, our last one. Councilmember?
Yeah, it has this very limited sentence explaining. I don't know what this law does.
Yeah, so basically the law says local governments, if you have minimum parking requirements, you cannot use those to prevent someone from turning their general parking space into an EV charging space.
Okay.
So if someone has, 15 parking spaces right now and they'd like to turn 5 of those into EV charging spaces, sometimes that requires installation of equipment, and then you lose a parking space or you lose 2 parking spaces. And this law says it doesn't matter what the consequences are, you have to permit that conversion to EV charging.
Okay,
yeah.
well, that helps a lot, and I'm still don't understand why that simple explanation couldn't be in the staff report, but that helps. Thanks.
Okay, so I think that concludes the items that are in the ordinance, and then the next part is just sort of a heads up that the legislature was busy again this year, and we were looking to we just identified them here to give you a heads up on them. Some of them require more analysis. We're hearing the comment to provide more of an expanded analysis. It's our hope to return to the city council on consent, hopefully with the additional information to give you the confidence to know that what we're doing and the implications of it. Understanding that it could get pulled off of consent if the council wasn't, if the questions weren't answered or if there's more questions. But the idea is that this is largely implementing state law. There's a couple of policy implications for some of them, and we'll flag those. But we're happy to answer any questions that you may have about what we've identified, and those were very brief intentionally.
Thank you. So the questions, Councilmember Burt.
Yeah, just kind of looking at this upstream, these legislative sessions have had a lot of housing laws in them, but I don't recall having had from our lobbyists any strong identification of any of these, which have varying degrees from moderate to very significant impacts on our community. This being presented to us in a way that enabled us to attempt to wade in on the legislation. And I want to hear whether colleagues have similar concerns that we would be looking for our lobbyists and legislative analysts to be providing us a more thorough update with an appreciation that, as it goes through the legislature, it starts with a lot of bills and they get changed and they get winnowed down. Nevertheless, this is really important stuff, and we just aren't being provided the opportunity even to determine whether we want to wade into them during the legislative session.
Councilmember Koo.
So on that note, I've been advocating for years for council to be looking at these laws that's coming from the state and to help evaluate it. But I'm curious to know now that staff is working closely, what is the process that staff goes through with the lobbyists when lobbyists contact staff and say, here are some of these laws and they fit within our legislative guidelines? What are the steps I'd like to find out, before it comes to council or before we need to know as a council and to be vetted in public?
Why don't I take a first cut at that? I think it's fair to say, we're speaking specifically as it relates to housing related legislation, but what I'm about to say applies to all. But excuse me, specific to housing legislation, it's a really multiple parties involved, including my office, city manager's office, the city clerk's office, and the department. And in this case, it would be the planning and development services. And I think, well, at one level, the city council does receive, I believe, when it's at its peak, a weekly update from our lobbyists on bills that they are tracking. Now, to the point of the comments that were made, it's very difficult to identify which among the thousands of bills that are in motion are likely to have impact on Palo Alto, and then what action should be taken. But that said, we do typically on a legislative session, track and take positions on dozens of bills. And so I think the question becomes, are those the right ones? Are there other higher levels of engagement that we should be taking on? And that's certainly a topic that regularly comes back to the Policy and Services Committee and the council as a whole when bills require full council action versus action by the mayor typically to sign a letter on behalf of the council based on the legislative guidelines.
Yeah, so in actuality, you know, I do receive and look at the reports that TPA gives us, but it's very, very condensed in a very small note, I guess, in a very small letters. And I guess it's because there's so much that they're trying to process and to provide in writing to us. But it doesn't go through all of the different points, like what we've been kind of trying to suss out of the city attorney, asking the questions for more information. So I think that a lot of it just kind of goes over and nobody really knows what happens until it has been passed by the legislature, and then now we have to implement. A lot of it also, I feel that takes it away from a public process, you know, where it's streamlined, and then all of a sudden the neighbor would call and say, what's going on next door to my house? So I think notification is important with this kind of top-down kind of manner of development. And I know that there's certain remodels or new buildings, most of them don't need notification. But I really think that we should really consider that moving forward, just for planning purposes, you know, if people are working from their homes, or if they're planning a wedding in their backyard, or if there's somebody who's sick at home, recovering from surgery and so forth. It's good to let them know that something's going to be happening that is impactful. Thanks.
My only question regarding AB 1893 report states it allows pending builder remedy applications to take advantage of the newly enacted provisions in that law, which includes lowering the amount of affordable housing required from 20% to 13%. So does that mean that pending builder remedy applications in Palo Alto would be able to modify their applications to be able to reduce the percentage of BMR units from 20 to 13%?
That's right.
Wow. Okay. But I don't know at what point. Yeah, that's absurd. Okay, so all this affordability that the state legislature has talked about, I mean, I think this is, I mean, there's been a lot of evidence showing what the state legislature really cares about. I think this is the true smoking gun that shows they're not concerned about affordability. They're concerned about supporting their big developer friends and helping it make it easier for them to be able to just build more market rate housing, which again in Palo Alto means more luxury housing, just like it means across the state. So, and just incredible. At least that was going to be the one benefit of some of these build remedy projects, was to get some decent affordability at 20%, and now lowering it to 13%, even below what our base inclusionary zoning is in Palo Alto. And we've actually been able to show that we've been able to get some improved affordability with our PHZ and our El Camino Real focus area. I mean, this is this is absurd. Okay, well, more reason for us to fight build remedy projects, and you know, in any way we can under the law, because we can get much better affordability with our own with the tools that this council has led on, and staff has worked on with us too. Okay, any other, sorry, Vice Mayor?
Yeah, I just added to that was basically the speech that I had written in my notes on this item. But it's also just so frustrating that it goes absolutely directly against the RENA numbers that we've been assigned. You know, while we're trying to do that for the benefit, in this case, of the city, which really needs that, and now they're pulling the plug on that too. So it's frustrating, but we have to administer.
Okay, any other questions or comments, or we can move to our motion then? All right, well then, I'll get us going. I'll move the staff recommendation, which would cover everything but AB 2097.
I'll second that.
Thank you.
Was the seconder Councilmember Vinker?
Yes.
Thank you.
And I got nothing really to add. I mean, our hands are tied here with these. So, yeah, some are beneficial, others not. And yeah, Councilmember Vigor.
No further comment.
Okay, any further discussion? No, Councilmember Ku.
Yeah, I'm not going to be able to support adoption of these laws, just simply because, it goes against our comprehensive plan. We have not really conducted additional environmental review of these laws, now moving into our single-family neighborhoods as well. And again, we use the TDM as a way to mitigate. However, we don't really have one. There's no plan, there's no implementation plan or enforcement or reporting of the TDMs. So I don't think that, I really think we should be challenging these laws, especially after what you said, which I've always said, that they're not really actually affordable. They're causing more unaffordability. And that's why we have one of the highest homelessness rates in America. So I will not be supporting this. Thank you.
All right. See no further lights. Clerk can call the vote.
Just noting the additional language that was added to 1, stating except as modified by the prior motion regarding AB 2097.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Tanaka?
Yes.
Councilmember Lithcott-Hames?
Yes.
Mayor Stone?
Yes.
Councilmember Vinker?
Yes.
Councilmember Ku?
No.
Vice Mayor Lowing?
Yes.
Councilmember Burt?
Yes.
Motion carries 6-1.
Great. Thank you. With that, we're adjourned.